So, we'll probably an hour or so before we get to public comment. So if we need to take a break and get that up and running beforehand, we'll do that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Hey, Leo, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can. How are
All
you
right.
guys?
And Ty Christensen, are you out there?
I see it, Jessica.
Okay, Roberta, it's 6:30. We're ready on our end.
All right. I would like to call to order this meeting of the Paso Robles Planning Commission. I'm Roberta Jorgensen, Chair of the Commission, and this is the meeting of July 28th, 2020. I'd like everyone to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And Commissioner Davis, would you lead us tonight? If all of the other commissioners, if everyone could mute their mics except for Commissioner Davis, that will work best. Thank you.
I'd be proud to do that. Thank you. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And now I'd like to read our COVID statement for this meeting. Please note that due to the COVID-19 emergency and in compliance with the state and county shelter-at-home orders and as allowed by the governor's executive order N-2920, which allows for a deviation of teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act, Planning Commission meetings will be held by teleconference only until further notice. A video stream of Planning Commission meeting presentations will be live streamed and available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. Rather than attending in person, project applicants and members of the public must call 805-865-7276. Let me repeat that, 805-865-7276 to participate via phone. The phone line will open just prior to the start of the meeting at 6:30 p.m. Alternately, written public comments may be submitted via email to planning@prcity.com. Written comments received prior to 12 noon on the day of the meeting will be posted as an addendum to the agenda online at www.prcity.com/agenda center/planning-commission-5. All right, may we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Castillo.
Here.
Commissioner Kogler.
Here.
Commissioner Neal.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Gibson.
Here.
Commissioner Christensen. Commissioner Christensen. Chairperson Jorgensen.
Here.
So the record will reflect that Ty Christensen is not in attendance of the meeting.
All right, thank you. May we please have staff introductions?
Yeah, this is Warren Frace, Community Development Director. In the chamber with me is also David Athley, the City Engineer, Katie Bannister, our Assistant Planner, and Jessica Ferguson, our Administrative Assistant, and Dave McHugh, our IT Director.
Tom Furcci, City Manager.
Dick McKinley, Public Works.
Kimberly Hood, Interim City Attorney.
Darren Nash, City Planner.
Matthew Summers, Special Land Use Counsel for the city.
All right, if that is all the staff, thank you very much. We will move on to general public comments regarding matters not on the agenda tonight. I do not see any on our list. Is that correct?
Ma'am, we have Selma Poe on the line for public comment.
All right, thank you. Ms. Poe, would you like to go ahead and please limit your comments to 3 minutes and give us your address for the record.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Ms. Poe, can you hear us?
Yes, am I back online with the host?
No, you're public. You're on public for public comments regarding matters that are not on tonight's agenda.
Oh, okay.
Is that what you wanted to speak about?
Yes, it was. Uh-huh.
All right, please go ahead.
So when will that subject be on the agenda about the traffic flow and traffic problems?
That is the item on the agenda. So this is for comments on items that are not on the agenda. So I think we need to get you back to the host and they'll put you in the queue to speak when that item comes up later on tonight. Okay?
Oh, okay. Uh-huh. I can hold on and listen to the meeting, huh?
Yes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Frace, are there any agenda items proposed to be tabled or rescheduled tonight?
So, Madam Chair, it sounds like Commissioner Christensen has joined the meeting. Can I verify that he's joined the meeting? Commissioner Christensen?
Yes, I've joined the meeting. I thought you were asking her if it was okay for you to ask me. I'm here.
Okay, so the record will now reflect that all the commissioners are in attendance. We do not have any agenda items to be tabled or rescheduled tonight.
All right, then let me just ask the commissioners if any commissioners have any ex parte conversations with the applicants or a conflict of interest that they need to let us know about. Okay, hearing none, we will go ahead. Commissioners, because we have so much information here and so many resolutions to talk about, I'm going to suggest an approach to try and get us through this in as orderly a manner as we can and as expeditiously as we can. So I'm going to propose that after the staff report, when it's time for commissioner questions of staff, if the commissioners would keep your questions at a rather high level without getting deep into detailed questioning yet, we'll get there, but not right now, not right then. And that way we can keep our initial focus on identifying areas where we have lots of questions, where we'll need to spend our time, and where we may even need to ask staff to come back with further information if it's not readily available. So if we could go through our questions in that manner for each resolution. So after the staff report, I will call on each of you in turn, as we usually do, for your general high-level questions, or, you know, I have a lot of questions on X. I really need to spend time on Y, that type of thing. And we'll do that by resolution. So we'll go through each commissioner on resolution A. Then we'll go through again on resolution B, and so on. So that way, after we see where our areas of significant questions are, we can return to them for all of our detailed questions. I think it'll just help us know how to proceed, what we have ahead of us. At that point, we'll ask for staff response, and if additional information is required, we'll decide what we need to do about that. If that makes sense, if there's anyone who does not want to do that, speak up. If I don't hear, we'll try that out, see if it works. All right.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes.
Commissioner Kogler, I certainly don't object to that. I have a question. As far as the applicant's presentation goes, when do you see that fitting into all of this?
At the time we open for the public comment.
Very good. Thank you.
So these would be the questions following the staff report. Good question. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right. Well, let's open it up for staff report. Mr. Frace.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the Commission, Warren Frace, Community Development Director. This item tonight is the public hearing for the Beechwood specific plan. We will be considering EIR certification recommendation to the City Council, along with a recommendation on a general plan amendment, a zoning map and zoning ordinance amendment, specific plan adoption, oak tree removal permit, large lot vesting tentative track map, and a development agreement. These are all going to be recommendations to the City Council tonight. In terms of the city team that's available to answer questions, will be part of the presentation tonight. Darren Nash is our city planner. Katie Bannister, assistant planner, is with us. Dave Athey, city engineer, will be making the traffic presentation. Dick McKinley will be making a presentation on water supply. We have legal representation from Kimberly Hood, the city attorney, and then we have contract attorney Matt Summers. They're both available tonight. Brandy Cummins is our contract planner that did the majority of the preparation of the staff report. Lindsay Korska is from FIRMA. She was our EIR consultant. Joe Fernandez was the city's traffic consultant and prepared the traffic study for the EIR. And Kuda Wawecki from David Tosick and Associates is our fiscal consultant. So they're all available and can answer questions as needed tonight. The project applicant team consists of Dan Lloyd. He's the applicant representative. He is with us tonight in the chamber. The ownership group is a number of different property owners, including Ray and Mike Herod, Tom Erskine, Jay Hubner, Carl Whitstrom, and John and Phil Cagliero. Land use planners are Lisa Wise and Monica Sodilik from Lisa Wise Associates. Jeff Barfield is Rick Engineering. Jeff is also here with us tonight. Their attorney is Andrew Fogg, that worked with Matt Summers on the development agreement, and then John Zimmerman is their financial expert. Civil engineers, they have Tom Martin, Nate Strong from Rick Engineering, Christy Gabler from Kirk Consulting, Rob Miller from Wallace Group. So overview, what are we doing tonight? This is the Planning Commission meeting. So this is the public hearing. What you're going to be doing tonight is considering a recommendation of the City Council. After the commission has made a recommendation, the City Council will hold a second public hearing on this item, and then the City Council would make the final decision on the project. Public outreach has been an important part of this project. This project actually goes back to 2004 when this property was annexed to the city. Since then, there's been a number of different efforts on this project, but most recently, this application process really started moving forward in April of 2018. It started with an open house EIR scoping meeting. We did a notice of preparation for the public that we were going to start an EIR process. The City Council impaneled a specific plan ad hoc committee to review this and other specific plans. That committee, which met in public meetings, reviewed this project twice. The city also has a Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee that holds public meetings. They've met twice to review this project as well. The EIR has been circulated for 45 days for public comment. The applicant has hosted a virtual online community workshop that became available to the public in mid-June and has been very useful in collecting additional comments on the project. In terms of the Planning Commission hearing tonight, we have sent notices to all the neighbors within 1,000 feet of the property boundary, which is in excess of what the city's standard 300-foot requirement is. We have also posted large billboard-sized notices all around the project site to make people aware of the EIR and public hearing process. So in terms of the application, the entitlements that we're going to be looking at tonight, there's 7 different components. There is a Resolution A, which is the package of EIR recommendations, including the CEQA findings, mitigation monitoring program, final environmental impact report, along with a draft. Resolution B is the package of general plan amendments. Resolution C is the zoning code amendments. Resolution D is the specific plan adoption package. Resolution E is the oak tree removal. Resolution F is that large lot tentative map, and then G is the development agreement. As I mentioned, these are all recommendations to the City Council. So the project is located on the southeast side of Paso Robles. It's this area outlined here. As I mentioned, this property was previously annexed into the city. So this has been part of the city of Paso Robles since 2004. It's been zoned for single-family residential since 2004. It's primarily located along Creston Road going out toward Creston. As we zoom in a little closer, so there's Creston Road. It's along Meadowlark Road here, or excuse me, Meadowlark Road on the north, and then Beechwood Drive on the west. The PG&E power easement basically constitutes the eastern property line. The Olson South Chandler specific plan that was considered earlier this year is basically located to the northwest of the project. City Council goals. So in 2008, the City Council adopted a series of goals about priorities within the communities. Those included the importance of housing development as well as economic development, the need for additional infrastructures, primarily water, sewer, and transportation infrastructure throughout the community, the importance of preserving the community character and quality of life, and then to engage the public in the city's decision-making process. So this project actually identifies and is consistent with these goals and helps to accomplish a number of these priorities. So in terms of housing, one thing we need to be thinking about is what our current housing production is. You'll see going back to the early 2000s, the city of Paso Robles built 400 to 500 units per year for a number of years. We were one of the leaders in the county for single-family housing development. When the recession hit, that number went down below 100 and has basically stayed there ever since. We have had a couple peaks, mainly tied to apartment projects. Last year, the city only issued 35 housing permits, and that's not keeping up with the demand just to provide for our residents as well as the needs of the business and the local economy. So this table here, we can see where those peaks are. So you can see that there was 3 big peaks over the last couple of years in terms of production, but those are all tied to 2 apartment projects, the Blue Oak apartment project and the Oak Park project. If we take those 3 out, you can see our single-family housing production has literally been in single digits most of the last couple years. So why do we need housing? Well, it's important in terms of maintaining a balanced economy, balanced demographics. We have noticed that our family household side has been declining. We're seeing families moving out of the area just because it's becoming the housing is becoming less available than it was previously. We've heard from the business community that for jobs and economic expansion, affordable variety of housing really is necessary. One of the downsides of not providing enough housing is we end up with overcrowding issues where we have multiple families crowding into a unit, trying to spread the costs and trying to take care of being able to live in the community. And then finally, just providing for our next generation. Graduates from Paso Robles High School, it would be nice if they could stay in the community. Based on our current housing production rates, that's very difficult for a lot of them to stay in the community. All right, so how do we provide housing? The general plan lays out the goals for housing development in the community. We are planning for a build-out population of 44,000. The general plan calls for a series of specific plans. These are master plans for these development areas. Right now, we have 4 approved specific plans, including the Uptown Downtown specific plan, the Borky River Oaks specific plan, the Union 46 specific plan, and then the Olson South Chandler specific plan. So these 4 have been approved, and then the Beechwood specific plan is identified as a future plan along with the North Chandler specific plan. So there's 2 remaining planning areas within the city limits that need specific plans. So tonight we are talking about this project, the Beechwood specific plan area. So the Beechwood specific plan area, as we zoom in on it, it's a 234-acre site. The majority of that will be for single-family residential, both attached and detached development. Up to 811 units are proposed. There's 100 multifamily apartment units that are proposed in 2 sites down on Creston Road. There's also a mixed-use neighborhood commercial center proposed along Creston Road. There's an 8-acre community park next to the school that's been integrated as a key design feature of the overall project. This is a detail of the plan. That the site right here is a nice flat area. It's ideal for sports fields. So the idea is that would provide for multiple Little League fields and multiple soccer fields, as well as playgrounds and restaurants, and really meet the need for youth sports throughout this neighborhood as well as the remainder of the community. In addition, there's another 20 acres of passive open space. So these are hillsides, oak tree preserves, and wetland areas, and pocket parks. So between the park and the open space areas, you end up with a total of 28 acres of parks and open space. In addition, the PG&E easement remains as a 26-acre agricultural buffer, which is consistent with the city's Purple Belt policies. In terms of infrastructure, key piece of infrastructure will be the extension of Airport Road. Airport Road is envisioned as basically a loop road on the east side of town. We have an existing segment that ends at Meadowlark. With this project, that will be continued down to Creston Road. The Olson and Chandler specific plans will continue Airport Road north up to 46 and to eventually to the airport. And then we have 3.8 miles of multi-use trails. That includes the Grand Loop that's part of the city's bike plan. So that will connect the existing trails along Charlotte and Creston Road up through this new extension of Airport Road, and then over Meadowlark, and then through the trail system proposed in the Olson South Chandler specific plan. So this is a key piece of infrastructure for our trail system. And then beyond that, there's still a secondary network of key trails. So Meadowlark, Beechwood, and the Center Ridge Road all have trails. And then there's a series of trails along the open space areas as well. So you can see the project is well designed with a series of bike and pedestrian systems. We had some questions about the lot sizes for the single family areas. The average lot size is 6,400 square feet. You can kind of see the range. A lot of the lots range from about 5,000 to 7,000 square feet in these areas. This central area here has larger lots that are about a quarter acre, 13,000 square feet. Then we have some smaller lots over here, about 5,000 square feet. So you can see there's a variety of lot sizes. Lot sizes lend themselves to different costs or different segments in the buyer's market. So that'll kind of hit the full range of affordability for single family product. This project's always been envisioned as a Paso Robles suburban neighborhood. The applicant's going to go into detail about the architectural character of the neighborhoods and how we're going to kind of go through the next level of development to get to actual design projects. In terms of project phasing, the project will be phased basically from the north going to the south. That's because the sewer is available to the north, so that's the most logical way for it to happen. There's a phase 1A and a phase 1B. Either one of these could happen first, depending on which parties want to go forward based on costs and infrastructure. Phase 2 is dependent on infrastructure being provided in phases 1 and 2. In terms of the development process, this project's a little bit different than the Olson specific plan. The Olson specific plan basically proposed, along with the specific plan, all the small lot maps and the development plans for those areas. That was actually kind of an unusual, overly detailed process for a specific plan and not a requirement for a specific plan. What this project proposes is actually a more typical approach, which is where the specific plan is adopted now, along with architectural guidelines and landscape guidelines. And this also then includes the large lot track map. Later, we'll see the small lot tentative track maps submitted along with the development plans that then include the architecture, landscape plans that then will demonstrate consistency with the specific plan. So this project will kind of have a two-step process, and the applicant will explain that in a little bit more detail. In terms of the general plan amendment, we are adopting a land use diagram that will implement the specific plan densities within the project area. We did release an addendum today. There is a change to this diagram. We changed the reference to the specific plan to a reference to density. That's the only change. All the boundaries stay the same. The specific plan text, the general plan text amendment will update the density for this site to 911 units, which was the direction from the City Council about 18 months ago. So based on that, there's a process called surplus density units. That's how the allocation can be increased for this project up to 911 units. In April of 2013, the City Council adopted a resolution that identified 594 surplus density units that were not actually allocated within the general plan to any sites. Those then became available for allocation to projects. On May 15 of 2018, the City Council identified that the 911 unit project that's before you tonight should be processed as the preferred project for the EIR, which is what we have done. In order to increase the density to 911 units, the City Council reserved 237 of the surplus density units for this project. So all 594 surplus units have now been allocated to a number of projects, including this project tonight. So at this point, there are no additional surplus density units to be allocated within the city. Zoning map, we're amending the zoning map, matches the specific plan and the general plan amendments, or we're updating the zoning code text, adding specific plan number 5, the Beechwood specific plan, to the zoning code. Large lot tentative map. So this is the large lot map. What this is this is a reconfiguration of the lots that are within the area to match the specific plan boundaries. So you can see we now have lots that follow the open space boundaries, and then we have the dedications for Ridge Road and for Airport Road. This lot doesn't actually create any new entitlement processes. What it does is reorganize the properties so they match the specific plan. It's important to do that now so that we don't have any conflicts trying to acquire right-of-way or dedications in the future. Then when the small lots and the development plans come in later, that's when we'll actually get to the entitlement for development within this area. There's a development agreement that's proposed tonight. The development agreement is a contract between the city and the applicant. It deals with issues that are beyond the specific plan realm. So that sets terms for the agreement, extensions of the agreement, basically lock in for an extended period of time the ability to execute the plan. The community park that I mentioned, there's a number of deal points between the city and the developer that are included in the specific or in the development agreement. There's still some remaining issues there that will be fine-tuned before it goes to City Council. There's also affordable housing agreement that deals with the 100 apartment units that we spoke of. It also sets a requirement that 96 of the for sale units be available at the workforce income availability rate, and that also 53 accessory dwelling units be built within the single family areas. Those would end up being rental units available to family members as well as service workers and the public in general. There's also a local buyer preference that gives or requires that outreach advertising effort be made locally to sell these products before we do a regional marketing effort. Infrastructure bond financing is part of the project. That's outlined, as well as the maintenance responsibility between the city and the project and homeowners association. There's also a fiscal impact report that was prepared for the project that's consistent with the city's general plan policy that requires large development projects to be revenue neutral to the city. So that basically means that new development doesn't pass on any of its maintenance costs to existing residents within the community. Basically, it's self-funding. So that's going to be accomplished through a couple of things. One is that we have a community facility district that covers the cost of city services for new projects. This project will be annexed into that. That will require an annual levy of $774 per single family unit per year to basically offset the cost of the city providing services to the project area. We also have a maintenance map that's part of the development agreement that divides up the maintenance requirements between the city and the homeowners association. The homeowners association will be responsible for the local streets and the landscaping to maintain that revenue neutrality. There's an environmental impact report that's been prepared and circulated for the project. EIRs require a 45-day public review period. This one was released for public review on March 10th, ran through April 24th officially. During that period, we received 19 comments from the public and from public agencies. Those have been responded to in the final EIR. Primary impacts identified in the EIR were impacts to agricultural lands, oak tree removals, traffic and circulation, and then air quality and greenhouse gases. Impacts to water, sewer, and public services were determined to be less than significant. So one of the air quality issues that was identified is the issue of valley fever. We are in an area where valley fever spores are present in the soil sometimes. To deal with that issue, there's a series of steps that have to be taken, including coordination with the county public health agency. We have to have dust control management plans. There will be restrictions on grading depending on weather and wind. There's a series of dust control measures that must be implemented. All the workers within the project area working on the project will have to be trained. There will also be a neighborhood notification process. So if there are issues that concern the neighbors, there'll be a way to quickly rectify those. Then oak tree impacts. This is also included in your addendum that we released today. The staff report had identified 21 trees to be removed. That was incorrect. The project's actually only going to remove 18 trees. So there's updates to the resolution as well as this exhibit that confirm that 18 trees will be removed, 82 trees will be preserved out of a total of 100 native oak trees on the site. City staff worked with the project engineers and their arborists to minimize the number of trees that had to be removed and try to make sure that those were the trees that were in the poorest quality. They have done a really good job redesigning the project and the grading to ensure that those 82 trees that are preserved will survive the construction process. All right, with that, I'm going to turn that over to Dick McKinley, our Public Works Director, give us a quick update on the water supply analysis for this project. Dick?
Thank you, Warren. So in the Urban Water Management Plan, we update that every 5 years, and so the 2021 is underway. So the state requires us to identify at build out, which we show in the next to the last column, as being 2045 or later, population of 44,000. And then underneath that number is how many acre feet per year of water do we expect to need. So if you look on that line, water demands in acre feet per year, you'd see that right now we use just over 7,000 acre feet a year to meet our current population. So and then we show below that where we get it. But on the 9,519, that is the full build out numbers. So all of the housing developments, all of the commercial developments, all the hotels, all the schools, all those kinds of things are included in build out. Build out means build out. So we would need 9,519 acres of water. Below that, then we show that below that gray bar shows then how we get the water. And so again, if you go back to 2020, we use basin wells. That's the Paso Robles Formation, 2,600 acre feet per year. River wells, those are the Salinas River water rights, and that's 3,100 acre feet per year. 1,120 acre feet through the Nacimiento Water Treatment Plant, 269 acre feet through the recovery wells. We're allowed to take some of the Nasi water and put it down through the river and do that. And then currently we're not selling recycled water as a way to offset potable water. So that gets to our total supply. And when you get to the build out column, then you have actually a little bit smaller reliance on basin water, increased use of river wells, increased use of Nacimiento supply, and then some recycled water coming in to get you to the 9,519 acre feet per year. So that shows in the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan that we have adequate supplies to meet our full build out demand. The other thing I've included in this chart, other than and you wouldn't find this in the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan, is the last column. And so that shows you how much water we really actually have available from those supplies. So basin wells, we have 4,000 acre feet per year. River wells, 4,558 acre feet per year. The Nacimiento supply, 6,488 acre feet per year, and recycled water, 22,200 acre feet per year. So although we need only 9,519 at full build out, we'll have greater than 17,000 acre feet per year available. That's really important because that means that even on a bad day, even in a drought time, even if for whatever reason the Nacimiento treatment plant is down for a little while, that we have enough other supplies to make sure we're still good every day. So next slide. Okay, never mind. That was it for water. Any questions about water?
Thank you, Dick. All right, David Athey, the city engineer, is going to make a presentation on the traffic portion of the project.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Fraze. I also have Michelle Madsen and Joe Fernandez on the line from Central Coast Traffic Consulting, who will be able to answer technical questions regarding the traffic study and the findings from it. So tonight I want to talk a little bit about citywide traffic planning. I know, Madam Chair and Planning Commission members, we have some new folks on, and it always is good to get a refresher on how we plan traffic in the city. I'm going to talk about the Beechwood traffic study specifically that we're here tonight for, the project's impacts, and the project mitigations. So first of all, the general plan has 8 sections or elements, and one of those is a circulation element. And the general plan really is it's a blueprint for land use in the city, and you'll probably hear more about the general plan in terms of the project tonight. The circulation element was updated in 2018. It looks at a citywide traffic planning from a higher level. We're looking at it from what's going on today. So we collect data of traffic today and then model that out to full city build out at 44,000 population. And really it gives us a good idea of where we need to focus our improvements and our precious capital project money in the city for our traffic. Next slide. So as I said, it identifies roads, intersections, and bridges that we need. The figure on the right of your screen shows the different roads and road connections we have. The circles with the blue and black dot represent a roundabout. There's also various signals in the city. And you'll notice down in the lower right-hand corner near the Beechwood area, there are signals shown that are needed and a roundabout at Charlotte and South River Road. So we've already identified those projects as being needed going and moving forward. So now getting to the Beechwood specific traffic report, it looks at specific traffic impacts from the project, and it also provides recommendations and timing for those. For mitigations to those impacts. So it could be a new signal, it could be a new roundabout, it could be as simple as a stop sign. Also, it could be traffic calming measures on Meadowlark Road. Next slide. So we start off with any traffic impact analysis, especially for a project this big, with a memo of assumptions. And what we do with this is lay the groundwork. We look at things such as traffic counts. Next slide. So this picture on the right shows the city. I've got 2 different counts circled. So the one in the blue square is traffic counts for Niblick Road. So as you can see there, about 20,000 cars per day past that point. And then number 11, which is circled, is the intersection counts. And that figure is on the left, that smaller box. And you can see this shows you AM and PM peak hour trips or traffic that's going through this intersection and the turning movement that is associated with it. And we did that for 24 intersections and 12 road segments, and also Highway 101 and Highway 46. Next slide. So now traffic, project trip generation. How do we know how much traffic this project is going to generate? Next slide. So we do that by looking at the different types of dwelling units that are going on: single family, multifamily, low rise, and also shopping center, which is that commercial portion of the project on Creston Road. So we use data from what we call the it's a manual we have that generates trips based on these types of uses. And as you can see down there in the box, this project will generate approximately 10,400 trips, 10,500 trips a day. And then the AM peak will be about 753, and the PM peak hour, 959 trips during those time periods. So not all 10,000 trips will end up on the road at the same time, and they will not all end up at the same location at the same time. Next slide. Which is what I want to talk about next, trip assignment. Next slide. So this map is what we use. We model based on existing trips in the city from this area. We look at where those trips go. And so we model this project and we come up with our trip assignment. So we can look at where these traffic trips are going and where will the impact be in the city. And as you can see on that figure, there's several circles with numbers in them. Those represent intersections. And so we know these trips will be going through those different locations, and we can look at and see if there's any impacts that are created by that extra traffic. Next slide. I just want to mention that this data, this project memo of assumptions, was accepted by the county and Caltrans. We worked very closely with both agencies, and we are satisfied that we've got the correct numbers and a good estimation of what is going to happen as a result of this project at full build out. Next slide. Now I want to talk specifically about project level impacts. We look really at 4 successive timeframes. We look at the existing plus the project. So we're looking at today. That really means today, and then today plus the project traffic. We look at the near term, which is 5 to 8 years, maybe 5 to 10 years out, plus the project, what level of impact that has. And that also considers such things as Olson and Chandler Ranch and other projects in the area that are approved, but maybe not yet built. And then we look at the long term, really what we call the cumulative. What's going to happen as the city moves closer to that 44,000 population mark? Next slide. So, in going through this, I'm just going to highlight some of the different project mitigations. One of them is the Riverside 13th Street North River Road corridor, as shown in the black box, where it says 7, 8, and 9. That is going to be a right turn overlap phase project with signal timing and new right turn striping on Paso Robles Avenue and some new striping on North River Road on the southbound leg. And really that right turn overlap and all this work, what it really does is it provides additional capacity to this intersection by freeing up how long you sit there, basically what we call delay. Delay is how long on average you spend at an intersection. So right now, this intersection area operates at a level D. We project as the city grows that this will get worse over time. I'm sure everybody has experienced some congestion at this location. However, with these different improvements, it will go back to a level of C just with the right turn overlap phase and the new signal timing and striping, but we're also proposing to do adaptive signal timing. Now, in the past, signal timing would happen, a signal or an intersection would be timed every 3 to 5 years. Maybe a little sooner if there was a lot of changes in traffic patterns. But with adaptive signal timing, what that does is it allows a signal to react in real time. So within minutes, the signal reprograms itself. We've all had the experience of sitting at an intersection for a few minutes, frustrated because there's no oncoming cars. This adaptive signal timing will allow the signal to react on its own and give more or less green time as is needed for different time periods during the day. The other intersection here that will have to be constructed prior to first house final on the project is the Niblick South River Road project, which includes a right turn lane, some right turn overlap phases, and some signal timing upgrades, similar to what's going on up at the Riverside 13th North River Road corridor. Combined, these two mitigations represent about $1 million, more or less, in improvements prior to anybody moving into that first house. Next slide. It's a little bit of delay. Okay, and now the next big milestone mark is prior to the 500th unit, Creston Niblick Road will have to be upgraded. So that, as you see there on the screen, there's a schematic showing Niblick and Creston Road. And one of that is a eastbound right turn lane, which the red cursor is on right now. A new left turn lane going eastbound from the southbound direction. And then signal modifications and upgrades at this location also. Now, primarily, the Olson South Chandler Ranch is required to construct this improvement. However, Beechwood has the same requirement, and they are actively working together, and the project is set up so that if one or the other doesn't build it, we make sure we get this improvement built by the 500th unit. The other project I'd like to talk about is the Charlotte and South River Road. That is kind of at the southeast part of town, south central part of town on River Road, and that includes a new roundabout, and then that schematic picture is shown on the right. Next slide. Now, there is a lot of congestion and a lot of traffic on Creston Road. We understand that, and the project that is required to build 2 signals, one at Meadowlark, which is the upper picture, and then one down at Stony Brook. And then these two signals will be done at the same time and will provide traffic control and better congestion management in these areas. And then finally, at the 911th unit, I don't have a picture of it, but they are required to put a stop sign at Charlotte and Creston to handle the additional traffic there and to assign basically right-of-way to drivers that are using the intersection. Next slide. So this is a map that just shows all the improvements in general. The orange dots represent physical improvements at different intersections, and the green dots represent fair share or TIF payments that will go to the city traffic fund for use on future projects. Next slide. Okay, now I want to talk about the project circulation itself. This is a map of the Beechwood project. It includes arterial roads, which Mr. Frace talked about earlier, the green line there. Meadowlark Road is not an arterial, but it is a collector in the city, Meadowlark Road. And we had a lot of complaints about speeding on Meadowlark Road, and so one of the things we've looked at is traffic calming. Worked very closely with the applicant, and we've come up with a good plan to do mini roundabouts at Oreo and Deer Springs, both in those locations. And then Airport Road, we're looking at stop control at that intersection for a future improvement. Now, the project itself also has traffic calming. As you can see on Ridge Road, there are 2 mini roundabouts that are part of the project, so that will provide a greater sense of community and slow traffic down there in that area. The project also has on-street parking improvements near the elementary school on Beechwood Drive, where the applicant has agreed to install angled parking as well as a 8-foot path in that area, multi-use path. So the children that do live in this subdivision will be able to funnel over to the school, use a safe crosswalk and get into it. And then parents and teachers and other folks that are coming and visiting the school will have plenty of places to park and also access to the sidewalk and access across the street. And also down Meadowlark, we're also preserving that drop-off and pickup area. So we're really trying to improve circulation here so that folks can come in, drop off their kids, and get out quickly and in a safe manner. And as Mr. Frace talked about, there are several trails and paths in this project, some that are part of a long-range plan that the city has for a pathway that goes around the entire city, and some are just for the enjoyment of the folks who live here and other folks in the area. Next slide. So now this is a cross-section of Airport Road. It shows the 2 travel lanes going either direction. This will also include a center median and bike lanes. And as you can see off to the left, there is a multi-use path along Airport and a sidewalk on the right-hand side. Next slide. Ridge Road is similar, except it does not have a center median. 2 10-foot travel lanes, some bike lanes, really to provide that circulation for the more adventurous rider. People who want to use the multi-use path, there is one there. It's 8 foot on the right side of the screen, and that will, children and folks who are less sure about riding bikes can use the multi-use path, as well as walkers and other folks who want to get around the development. Next slide. Meadowlark Road, as I mentioned before, it is scheduled to have bike lanes in our circulation element, so they have included them on the drawing here as 2 travel lanes. Again, the multi-use path, it has existing sidewalk on the north side of the road, which is on the left side of the screen. And so, again, this Meadowlark Road is really made to slow folks down and provide a much more pleasant experience for the local area. And this is Creston Road. So the section on the right of the screen is the project side, and then on the left-hand side would be the county side of the project. No real work over there, maybe a little shoulder work. I'll have a travel lane, a left turn lane, and a bike lane westbound into the city. And again, the multi-use path, 10 foot, for folks to ride their bikes and really enjoy the development out there. Next slide. So here again, I talked about the Beechwood diagonal and parallel parking. So these are just 2 different cross sections showing bike lanes and parking that we're going to preserve out there and as part of the project. Next slide. And again, neighborhood roads, they have sidewalks, parking, and travel lanes, similar to a lot of different developments in the city that we have today. Next slide. Well, we have nationhood roads. I think that's supposed to be neighborhood roads with enhanced sidewalks. So Mr. Frace talked about the enhanced sidewalk through the middle of the site. That's it, shown there. It's 8 foot wide. So it's really more of a strolling and pleasant experience for the folks who want to use that. Next slide. With that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Frace.
Thank you, Dave. So in terms of the EIR, everything we've talked about in terms of mitigating the impacts of the project are contained in what's referred to as the Mitigation Monitoring or Reporting Program. That's part of Resolution A for adopting. Basically, that is a tracking tool that through the life of this project, which will go on for likely decades, this will enable staff to make sure that development occurs consistent with the EIR. So the Mitigation Monitoring Program identifies the mitigation measures, the timing, and the responsibility to make sure all that happens. In terms of mitigation measures, we do have what's referred to as Class 1 impacts. Those are impacts that we don't have full mitigation for, but we still have to mitigate those to the extent feasible. So those are also included, those mitigation measures, in the mitigation monitoring plan. Response to comments. So as I mentioned, we received 19 letters, 14 were from the public, 5 were from agencies. So the response to all those comments and changes to the EIR based on those comments are all contained in the final EIR document. The final EIR, along with the draft EIR that was previously circulated along with the appendices, constitute the record known as the EIR for the project. The City Council has to make certain findings and a statement of overriding consideration to approve an EIR and project that have significant unavoidable impacts. Those are those Class 1 impacts. Those impacts are to air quality and transportation. The Statement of overriding considerations identifies the benefits of the project, that basically a trade-off for those impacts. Those benefits include the variety of housing types and costs that are provided by this project. Also, the provision of open space and recreation facilities that are provided by the project, the oak tree replanting program that's part of the project, the provision of both bike and pedestrian trail systems throughout the project area. There's also job and economic development benefits of the project, and the project will be providing additional facilities. So those are all identified as the basis of the findings for the statement of overriding consideration that the Planning Commission should be considering in their recommendation to the City Council tonight. As I mentioned, there is an addendum that was posted to the website and provided to the public and the commissioners before the meeting. That addendum included 6 additional public comments that were received since the staff report was published. It also includes a change to Resolution B. Those are those changes to the general plan map that I mentioned. There's a change to Resolution D. Basically, we have some descriptions of the site that were reversed in terms of east and west. So there's a little cleanup there for Resolution D. Resolution E, that's the change to the oak tree removal diagrams and resolutions, changing the approved removals from 21 to 18 oak trees. Same thing for Resolution F, that's the tentative track map. That also refers to tree removals. We're making the same change from 21 down to 18 oak tree removals. So the Planning Commission will need to consider or include those addendum changes in any motions, including those 4 resolutions. So your options tonight, there's 4 basic options for the commission to consider, but you're not limited to these options. First option is to recommend the City Council approve the project as proposed with the 911 units. Alternative or option 2 would be to recommend to the council the project that was identified as environmentally superior in the EIR. That would be a project with 250 units. In order to actually address the environmental issues, which are primarily traffic and circulation, we would have to reduce the density of the project down to 250 units. Staff is not recommending this. Project site's already zoned for 674 units. Downzoning the project would create a number of unacceptable trade-offs. So that isn't a recommendation, but we do have to consider that as part of the EIR process. Option 3 would be to recommend denial of the project. If the project is denied, keep in mind that the general plan and zoning still allow for the 674 units plus commercial, so there still is the same development potential on the site. And then alternative 4 would be to provide alternative directions so the Planning Commission can make recommendations to refine the project as proposed as they see fit. As I said, you're making a recommendation. The City Council would make the final decision, and they can make a decision that would be contrary to the Planning Commission's recommendation. Staff is recommending that we take option 1, which is to recommend approval of the project with 911 units. So there's 7 actions that would be included in that, including Resolution A, which is the EIR recommendation, Resolution B, which is the general plan amendment with Addendum 1, Resolution C, which is a zoning amendment, Resolution D, which is the specific plan recommendation, Resolution E, which is the oak tree removal plus Addendum 1, Resolution F, which is the large lot tentative map plus Addendum 1, and then Resolution G, which is a recommendation on the development agreement. So that will conclude staff's report. We have the applicant here with us. They do have a presentation prepared to go over some of the more specific design elements of the project. So with that, we'll turn it back over to the Planning Commissioners for questions and next presentations.
All right, thank you, Mr. Frace and the rest of the staff. Why don't we do, as I was suggesting, go through each of the commissioners one by one and get a feeling for where the majority of your questions or concerns might be, and then kind of we'll create a path from there. So Commissioner Kogler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask, first of all, Mr. Athey, I would compliment you on what I think was a really great presentation in putting the traffic and transportation improvements in some sequence that makes sense. I would ask if you could maybe quickly go back to slide, I think it was 56. It showed your orange and green dots and a variety of improvements. And the only problem was it was still, there it is, it was still loading when you advance to the next slide. And so I just wanted to see if some of the other improvements, and they are like the 46 Union Golden Hill, are on there. So again, this was very helpful and I appreciate it. And thanks for backtracking there for just a second. Madam Chair, I have a lot of specific questions that probably tend to congregate more in the specific plan item, which can be deferred to a later discussion. In a more general sense, I have questions about, would like some more elaboration on the affordable housing component. I'm not sure what I saw on the screen, which showed there was 100 apartments, 96 workforce housings, and 53 ADUs. If that matches what's in the development agreement, which was a couple of options, but I think staff can talk about that at the appropriate time. And then I, in a general sense, would also like to talk a little bit more about the difference in the 911 versus the 674 and how that allocation occurred and some of the details that are focused around that. So I'll leave that as kind of my markers for the two big topics, with a host of much more specific things yet to come. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Kogler. Commissioner Davis?
Hi there. How I organized some of my questions, I was kind of addressing first the EIR, thinking we get to the specific plan discussion a little bit later. I would categorize my questions. I have some more questions for Mr. Athey regarding transportation. I have a couple of quick questions about safety, fire, police, and some questions about just any cooperation or collaboration regarding schools, and then a couple of smaller items along the way. So I guess that's how I would group some of my comments, or questions rather.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Neal.
Yeah, mine really focused on the specific plan as well as the development agreement. So those are my kind of main focus, foci.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Neal, I was having trouble hearing the end of yours. It was specific plan and development agreement. And then did you have something after that?
No, that was it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Castillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at the 911 and 674, but I believe Commissioner Kogler also had the same question. So
that's all right. If you can, go ahead and you can duplicate others, because then we'll know that there's more questions about that.
Perfect. I had a question about that. I had a question about schools, like Commissioner Davis did, and I had, gosh, where's that note? There was another question on zoning. So whenever we get to those three things, I'm ready for you.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioner Christensen.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I would like to echo some of the same question areas I have towards the affordable housing. I have some questions towards in direction more specific into the CFD and HOA, which we can get to much later. And I have follow-up questions as some of my other commissioners do about getting from the 674 to the 911 and some of the questions surrounding that. So that would be where I would start. So thank you very much.
Very good. And Commissioner Gibson.
I have similar areas of concern, or that I need to get some more information on, starting with the traffic mitigation and the timing of those projects, and the type of housing, and in the context of the arena obligations, and again, as was mentioned, the surplus unallocated housing units of 237. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that concept and how that works in to increase the number of housing units from 674 to 911. I also have quite a few questions about the ag mitigation. And as Commissioner Christensen just indicated, I have a few questions on the financing, understand the financing of the special districts. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank all of you. I would add and duplicate some of your comments that I have comments on the timing of some of the mitigation for traffic. I have questions on reduction of vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, and transit, implementation of low impact development features, and then lots and lots of questions on the specific plan. So those would be my areas. So, Mr. Frace, given that, what do you see as the best way for us to go after this and ask these questions, get the responses? Would you think we would want the applicant presentation before we proceed, or should we ask them to answer as we go?
So I'd recommend we go with the applicant presentation next, and that may answer some questions or raise some additional questions, and then we can sort through questions and then get to public comment.
Very good. All right. Thank you very much. So if the applicant representative would like to take over the mic, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. This is Dan Lloyd. I am the project coordinator, at least I have been for the last 5 years solid. And we want to say that we've had a really great working relationship with the city and their consulting team. It's been a long journey. We've had to deal with many issues related to such things as biological resources, modifying the site plan to really deal with and protect and restore the oak tree habitat that's on the site. And the design that we have is very similar to what we started with in 2013 when the City Council approved a similar looking project with 1,011 units on it. So we've come a long way. It's nice to be here finally, and it's nice to be before your group, although not in person. I want to say that with me tonight is Jeff Barfield, Principal Planner with Rick Engineering. We are sitting here. We're going to be responding to some of the questions. With me remotely tonight is Lisa Wise of Lisa Wise Consulting. She will be giving the presentation momentarily on the specific plan and the details that you have expressed some interest in. Also remotely, we have John Zimmerman, our financial consultant, and he can really get into the issues related to what Commissioner Christensen brought up regarding the financing for many of these items. Also with us tonight is Andrew Fogg, attorney who's been working on the development agreement, and we can certainly get into that to the extent that you wish. And also with Rick Engineering, we have Nate Stong, our traffic engineer for the project. He can go into more detail, and I kind of would like to really have him focus on one issue in particular, although we can deal with them, in gross as well. But I want to show you what we're doing for traffic safety in and around Virginia Peterson School. That has a lot to do with the Beechwood Drive and Meadowlark intersection, as well as from Beechwood to Creston to Meadowlark on Beechwood. So with that, I want to say again, thank you very much, Warren and team, for being so cooperative, and we look forward to a good discussion. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Lisa Wise, and Warren, you're going to run the slideshow for us.
Yes. So Lisa, you're on Teams, right? Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So can you basically do the screen share, and then we'll get you up on the screen?
It says I don't have the, I'm not a meeting organizer and I can't screen share.
Okay, let us see. if we can fix that very quickly. Try it now.
Got it. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, hang on. Let me get it so that the public can see it as well. Okay, Lisa, you're on.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Frace. Good evening, Madam Chair, Planning Commissioners, and members of the public. I'm Lisa Wise, representing the applicant for this presentation. We're very excited to be here at this major milestone. And like Dan Lloyd, before I jump in the presentation, I just wanted to thank staff again for their hard work and direction on the project design and processing as we put together the specific plan. I also just want to acknowledge the ownership group and thank them for their contributions. It's been a long project with a lot of complications and things to work out, and it's truly been a team effort. And I think this is recognized in the specific plan and where we are tonight. This is a map of the owners group. Of course, there's several property owners, and I wanted just to reiterate a point that Mr. Frace made. That as the project is phased and built out, property owners and applicants will file for small lot subdivision maps. And those maps will have to comply with the terms of the specific plan. So as I go through the presentation tonight, I'll point out some key parts of the plan that were created for this particular future entitlement process. So I have about 15 slides, 10 or 15 slides. I wanted to go through the vision of the plan, the illustrative plan and the specific plan, the land use map and how that implements the goals of the general plan and city council priorities. And then I think one of the bigger topics that some folks are interested in hearing about are the design guidelines, and then a little bit on phasing and implementation. So the project meets numerous community benefits and helps to meet the city goals through a number of things. And some of these are redundant with what Warren said, but I just want to hit on them quickly again. So it really does help meet the regional and local workforce housing needs by providing a variety of housing types and ADUs or accessory dwelling units, which we'll talk about a little bit more. It also provides tremendous recreational opportunities and walking and biking trails. The plan calls for almost 3 miles of multi-purpose paths. It protects the vast majority of oak trees on site and protects the riparian areas. As the staff also talked about, but I just wanted to reiterate it again, it provides really a safe and interconnected circulation network, including in and around the Virginia Peterson Elementary School. So we think this is a really important feature. And also, as outlined in the plan and the DA, it provides certainty that phasing, financing, and maintenance of infrastructure really proceed in an organized manner and protect the city in the long term. And one of the things I want to hit on in the presentation is ensures high quality architecture and landscaping with requirements and guidelines that I'll go through in a minute for the built environment. So this is the illustrative plan, which is in the specific plan. It shows the residential areas, the mixed use areas in the pink purple, and the community amenities. The plan has been designed to balance the community priorities and city priorities that Mr. Frace just outlined a few minutes ago, such as the need for a variety of housing, protection of environmental resources, and the opportunity for neighborhood commercial development. It proposes a density and product types compatible with the surrounding areas. And as Mr. Lloyd said, it's similar to the 2013 plan endorsed by the city. It's been modified slightly, but really to address staff and community concerns. The next slide's a few renderings that Mr. Frace also showed, but I just want to give a little bit better sense of the potential project. On the upper left is Oriole looking north from the site. On the right side of this image, on the upper left of Oriole, you'll see attached high-quality residential development is proposed. The bottom left image is Meadowlark looking east. We're illustrating that we're saving 2 oak trees on the right side in this image. And in the background, you can see the roundabout on Oriole, if you look closely, and also some of the street improvements, such as the bike path. So major really improvements along Meadowlark. And then the image on the right is a rendering. You can see the community park there in the foreground with the ball field in the southeast corner. And a little bit behind that, you can see the proposed neo-traditional development, which is alley-loaded residential development just off of Ridge Road. Warren talked about this a little bit also. The plan calls for almost 18 acres of usable park and open space. This exceeds the general plan threshold for open space. In addition, the owners are committed to the purchase and construction of an 8-acre community park. The total cost for this park is estimated to be over $4.5 million. And as I mentioned, the plan has almost 3 miles of landscape multi-purpose paths that connect the internal neighborhoods and the adjacent neighborhoods. And there's conserved open space to protect the sensitive wetlands of about 10 acres. The land use map shows the land uses, of course. Most of the site is single family. That's the areas in yellow. About 8% of the site set aside for multifamily. That's about 19 acres. I think some of the questions are might involve sort of the expected build out and the building typologies. What I want to go through next. The specific plan really does direct future development. In order to make sure the future development delivers the high quality product that the city is looking for, the plan has guidelines and standards for site planning, building form, architectural details, and architectural styles. This is a table from the specific plan. It shows the allowed building typologies for all of the land use categories. As you can see, the building types range from single family to multiplex, and they graduate from the lower intensity land use categories to the higher intensity land use categories. For each product type, we have a series of standards and guidelines to guide future small lot this future small lot subdivision process. Again, the project's committed to providing workforce housing and ADUs. ADUs are allowed in the residential single family and the residential multifamily 14. This slide shows the residential single family. It's 7 DU per acre, allows for several housing types, single family, duplex, cottage, courts, and ADUs. The plan has examples of various configurations for these product types related to building placement, garage placement, alleys, access, and small lot development. And because there's several examples or building types to choose from, you could have a more traditional kind of development where you would have potentially a duplex on a corner, for instance. Also in the plan, and this is just a couple of the examples, there's several illustrations and options for attached and detached ADUs or accessory dwelling units. The next slide goes to the medium density residential. This is up to 14 DUs per acre. Like single family, it allows single family duplexes, cottage courts, and ADUs. But on top of that, it allows threeplexes and fourplexes, fourplex units and townhouses. So it steps up a little bit in terms of the variety of product types. The plan has illustrations on how these typologies fit on different lot sizes and provide standards and guidelines for components of each product type, such as building orientation, parking, minimum lot width, and paved areas. And then lastly, we have the multifamily 24. This goes up to 24 dwelling units per acre. It allows everything from the duplex to the multiplex, everything except the single family detached. Again, the plan has standards and guidelines for building orientation, common space, entries, among several other elements. The plan also has design guidelines in section 2.3, which are excuse me, which are the requirements for the elevations and architectural features and details, such as guidelines for entrances, windows, roof lines, and elements of the individual residential structures. And then Appendix A goes even a little bit further. It has guidelines for architectural styles that are meant to fit in with the historic context of the city of Paso Robles. They're really intended to support a diversity of character in the neighborhood and avoid repetition. So there's guidelines here for craftsman style architecture, farmhouse style architecture, Spanish architecture, Monterey, and Mediterranean. And for each style, as you'll see in the appendix, the plan describes the architecture, provides details on the unique characteristics that define it, such as roof pitch, materials, porches, balconies, and those kind of components. And then lastly, this again is just the ownership map. Again, I want to talk a little bit, just finish off with the future entitlement process. The specific plan is consistent with state and city requirements, and it's really just designed and developed to effectively guide future development. It's the typical first step in a project of this size and complexity to develop a plan with this amount of detail. And as Mr. Frey said, future small lot subdivisions are required to provide a development plan and subdivision design consistent with the standards and guidelines in the specific plan. And because of the process set up, staff and the Planning Commission will see all future projects and have another opportunity to weigh in on these applications as they come forward. Thank you, Mr. Frace.
So I believe that concludes the applicant's presentation, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Based on the comments that we heard, maybe just to start things in a bit of an order, and then we'll just go to each commissioner and ask them to go with their detailed questions. But one that 2, 3, 4 or 5 commissioners mentioned was asking for a further understanding of the history, purpose, and process of the 674 units within the zoning that were approved for zoning, and the 911 that this project has, and the excess dwelling unit count. So should we start with that?
Certainly. So let me bring that slide back up. So in 2013, the city did a study of the general plan, and there was a request for some additional general plan amendments, and there was a need to identify a place to find some more units for these general plan amendments. So as the staff did a study, they were able to determine that there was 594 units that actually had never been allocated to any property within the town that still fit under the 44,000 person build out that was part of the 2003 general plan. So that resolution in 2013 basically set up a process to identify those units, and then the city council had the authority to allocate those 2 projects. As Mr. Lloyd said, the Beechwood project has been in different stages of development on and off since 2004. The city council has reviewed a series of different options for the site with a series of different densities. So as Mr. Lloyd said, there was a option back in 2013 that had over 1,000 units. So it's always been part of the discussion was that additional units beyond the 674 that were shown in the 2003 general plan would likely be allocated to this property. So as this project actually began to resume in 2017, we came up with the applicant with a revised site plan that had the 911 units. That was taken back to the city council, And basically the question was asked is whether the city council wanted to move forward analyzing that project and then reserve the additional surplus density units in case that project ends up being approved. The council did endorse that process. We've moved forward with the EIR and the development of the specific plan based on the direction from 2018. So that basically gets us to the point where we're now at a decision point where we could approve a project with 911 units, and then that would basically use 237 of the surplus density units that were identified in 2013.
Warren, this is Dan. I'd like to add a couple of comments to you, to assist in this area, if that's okay.
Madam Chair, is that okay?
Oh, certainly.
And again, this is a little bit out of order, and we're usually quiet during this period, but I think it might be helpful. If you think about 674 units over the base acreage, that ends up being roughly around 3 units per acre. By modern planning standards, that's not very dense by any means. And so what we did is we focused on meeting the density of the local neighborhood. So with 911 units, we end up with just under 4 units per acre with a residential density. So we've increased the density by about 30%, but we've done it in a way that mimics the existing neighborhood. I'm discounting the multifamily high density because that skews the units per acre, but even if you considered that, we're at 4.19 units per acre all over. So it fits into the neighborhood. It is consistent with what we have around us. And then working with the natural features of the site, we've actually come down a little bit. We actually, from 1011, we actually came down from a couple of times based on responding to environmental issues and limitations. So that gives you a little bit of context for how we fit into the neighborhood. And thank you for letting me speak.
All right. Mr. Frace, were you finished with that topic?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we go back to the commissioners then? And if you could limit your questions to the EIR. A number of people have mentioned the specific plan, affordable housing, a variety of other things, the development agreement. And I know these overlap, but as much as is realistic, if you could limit your questions to the EIR, because that is our resolution A, and that would be the first thing we talk about. We'll go back through the other resolutions. So it's not like those questions aren't going to be asked. So Commissioner Kogler?
And Madam Chair, not to sidestep what you just said, but if I may, a quick follow-up on the discussion points that Warren just reacted to, because I did have some more general questions on that EIR related most certainly, but I don't know if it falls in that bucket or not. I'm curious as to whether when the process took place where the unit count went from 674 to the 911, was that a design exercise or was that essentially kind of a paper office assignment, if you will, of those units? Did anybody actually look at the physical difference between a development with 674 units on this site versus 911?
Yeah, there's been a series of different plans prepared. There was a plan with 911 units, a precursor to the plan that we see tonight that was reviewed by the City Council in 2018, and that was the basis of their direction to move forward.
Okay, so thank you. There was a plan. Just a couple other quick points. The applicant just made a statement that their range of overall density or average density range from 3 to 4 dwelling units per acre based on the 674 versus the 911, and furthermore made a comment that is very compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And sometime in terms of the presentation tonight in the Q&A, I'd like to get any information you have on what is the density in Meadowlark. When we're talking about an area that's adjacent to this, how do those two compare? And then finally, and my last point on this would be that if we proceed tonight and approve the EIR and the rest of the elements that are before us tonight, the 911, I presume, Mr. Frace has established as an entitlement unit count for this property, if I can state it that way. And if during the course of the review of going from the large tract maps to what will be eventually the small lot tract map reviews, if it's determined that 911 just is a little too much, it should be 850 or 873 or whatever number it might be, does the city have any ability to go with that as a final plan and unit count? Or is the city locked into the developer's ability to come in with 911 and nothing less than that if that's their option?
So 911 ends up being the ceiling on this project. It is an entitlement that is allocated to the specific plan that then distributes it among the different properties on the site. As we go through each development plan and track map, they'll have to develop consistent with the specific plan. It's possible that some sites, for whatever reason, won't be able to reach their maximum density for certain constraints or design reasons, or even builder preferences. So that could generate some additional or leftover units in some of the phases. The specific plan is set up that those units can be transferred around within the project area. So if one area actually underbuilt, there would be a process that those units could be transferred somewhere else in the project area. The mixed-use commercial area allows for multifamily development up to 24 units the acre. Right now, none of the 911 units are allocated to that, so there's actually a need to relocate units within the project to allow that mixed-use development to happen. So the answer really is no, the city isn't going to be in a position to claw back those units, and there's a number of options within the property to allocate and move those units around depending on how it builds out over time.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I have a number of comments that really are bridging the gap, or bridging both sides of the EIR and the specific area plan. I think it's best to hold those, though, till we get into the specific area plan. So I would defer my time to others on the commission to cover EIR items. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Kobler. Commissioner Davis.
Hi, I was just going to ask you if I could ask a question on the surplus density lots. I think I heard Mr. Frace say that this 911 would tap out the number of surplus density units. So the next specific plan that our body, our planning commission, there's nothing to be allocated towards, for example, the Chandler Ranch. Is that correct?
Currently, that's true, but we are in the process of updating the housing element. You'll actually be reviewing a draft of that at your next meeting. We do have a proposal within the new housing element to create some additional surplus units through the housing element update. So it is possible that more will become available based on the housing element update process.
Or even within this project, some reassignment, if all the surplus units weren't used, does it go then back into a pool?
Well, at build out of this project, which would potentially be decades in the future, if all of it was built out and they didn't realize the 911 units, then I think that would open the question about whether the city would want to reassign those, but that would be when the entire project would be complete.
Okay, thank you. Now, Madam Chair, I think you were asking me to ask my more specific questions on the EIR. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. I think I'll start with transportation, I know, and circulation. So, Mr. Athey, you probably will have a couple of questions from me. I just had a quick question, and maybe Warren, you can answer this real quickly. It was a completely different traffic study for this specific plan. Is that correct? From the Olson Chandler?
Yes, it was the same traffic consultant, Joe Fernandez from Central Coast Transportation Consultants. He proposed prepared both studies, and he had prepared the circulation element ahead of time. So this is a separate study, but it incorporates all the analysis from the circulation element and the Olson transportation analysis so that we have consistency among all three.
Right, and you can and factored in the Olson as an approved project. Okay, regarding. Okay, David, there was a slide that Mr. Athey showed regarding the various alternatives to mitigate traffic impacts. And it seems like the preferred option is the roundabouts. And how many roundabouts and were there any other alternatives considered besides roundabouts?
Yes, Commissioner. So we looked at, first let me clarify, are you looking at on-site or the off-site improvements?
I guess, first of all, the off-site. I thought I counted over 10.
Yeah, so we have a mix of signal work and a mix of roundabouts for the project. And as Mr. Frace has shown on the screen here, you can see at various points in the city where a signal, we did an analysis and we've discovered that a signal would work better, for instance, at Meadowlark and Stony Brook, and then at Charlet and South River Road. We looked at using a roundabout, mainly because it keeps traffic moving. The main movement at that intersection is the turns from Charlet onto South River Road going northbound, and then on South River Road going eastbound on Charlet. So in that case, a roundabout works much better because the turning movements, we can keep people moving through that intersection at a low speed, and we don't have to stop them like they do today.
Okay, and so my next question is, does the community have any opportunity to debate? I mean, some people love them, some people hate them. Does the community have any option to debate that option, or does that go with this plan?
Certainly the city council could decide not to install a roundabout at that intersection and direct a signal for that intersection. As long as it met the same warrant, we would have to go through that analysis, but the city council could change that plan.
Okay. And then talk to me about more of the smaller roundabouts there. I think it's on Meadowlark for traffic calming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so those are mini roundabouts. In name only, they are quite large. They will, full-size cars can get through there. And the whole idea is to slow travelers down through there without necessarily stopping them. The main, there'll be a lot of through traffic. And so what we want to do is keep traffic moving, but at a slower speed. So they'll be designed for an entry speed of 25 miles an hour or less. And then based on their spacing, there won't be a lot of opportunity to just floor it and, make it to the next roundabout. So the idea and through the design is to keep folks at that lower speed, 25 to 35 miles an hour. And then as they approach Airport Road, that will be a stop controlled intersection for the project. So the whole idea is to slow folks down. We've had, like I mentioned in the presentation, there are a lot of complaints that we get about folks who basically drag race on this strip of road. And to make it nicer for the existing residents to the north and for our new residents, if it's approved, to the south, this is a good option for the project and for the city.
And David, the width of that single lane roundabout is what we think 11 feet, or I can't recall the dimension.
Typically ranges from 11 to 13 feet, just depending on if we're accommodating bikes through it or if we put bikes on a separate path alongside the road.
Okay. And then keep that slide there, please. The internal roads in the development, I I guess I have a question. I'm not sure, Madam Chair, if this is in the right place. I think there's some overlap here. But I think I read that there was a 10-foot width in the internal roads of the development. And if some of those are, what do you call it, front-loaded for some of the parking, is that intended to be one-way or two-way, or that seems narrow? I went out and measured my single-family driveway, and it was 13 feet. 10 looked really small if it's two-way. What's the thinking there?
Certainly. So I think there might be a misunderstanding. I might have presented that wrong. All the streets in the development are two-way. So that would be a minimum of 20 feet, 2 10-foot lanes, basically, with in areas in the neighborhoods, 7-foot parking lanes on the roads, which is consistent with other developments in the city.
I don't think you presented it incorrectly. I think maybe I pulled it out and saw 10 foot for the total width. So it's intended to be two-way internally.
That's correct. Two-way, minimum of 20 feet, 20 feet of road.
Okay, stay with me on circulation. There were quite a few letters, and a lot of them from Spanish Camp. And I did see the response in the EIR to those messages, but you know, they're community members too. And, you know, how do you think we can discourage our drivers from driving through neighborhoods to have a faster access to 101 South, for example?
Well, we've looked at the travel time for, you know, folks coming from Beechwood in the future down that road. We don't see a lot of folks using Barley Grain to Spanish Camp. It's actually a nice road, but it is twisty turny, and it will take a longer travel time than just going down Charlet to River Road and then out. Will that mean that some people won't use it? No, I think some people will probably use Barley Grain. I mean, folks use Barley Grain today. The last counts we had were about 450 cars per day. So that makes, you know, so that a lot of that's the folks that live on Barley Grain and Spanish Camp. But some of it probably is folks coming from the county or maybe even some city drivers. So in terms of discouraging folks from using that, there really is no way of keeping people from using a road. It's a public street. We totally understand the folks that, you know, I don't think anybody in the listening world right now will say they want more traffic on their road. However, we are proposing to stripe a center lane down Barley Grain all the way to Spanish Camp as a means of providing better delineation of the road and better delineation of the curves. And we are also discouraging, going to be putting up signs and working with the applicant, and they've agreed that we will not have any construction traffic or any kind of shortcut traffic through during the life of this project. So we feel pretty comfortable that basically through the trip assignment and where we think people will be going, that there won't be a huge influx of people or drivers on Barley Grain.
From the people I've talked to who live there, they're not talking about residential traffic. They're talking about people just trying to cut through and avoid, you know, the mess on Niblick. That's the way it's been described to me anyway. So I was just curious. And so you say we are striping it, is what you're suggesting?
That's correct. So the applicant has agreed to stripe Barley Grain to provide delineation on the road. Some of the comments we heard was that it's a twisty, turny road and that, you know, folks use it to walk on in that neighborhood. And we understand that, so we wanted to provide that little upgrade for Barley Grain.
Is that a county road or is that a city road? So who does... That's the part I'm confused on, because I know that Spanish Camp is in the county.
Correct. So Barley Grain is also in the county, and the applicant will have to work with the county to procure a encroachment permit to do that work when the time comes.
Okay, and there was another term that you used, right term overlap phase. Could you explain that to me again? Because that was, I think, one of the mitigation measures, and I didn't catch that.
Sure, I apologize. I use engineering speak. It creeps into my vernacular. But basically what we're doing is providing a right turn green arrow. You've come up to a intersection before, and there's other turning movements going, say left turns are happening on another leg of the intersection, and all of a sudden you get that right turn green arrow. That keeps traffic going, so you don't have to come up to the intersection and stop on red and turn. It empties the right turn queue, the backup of traffic, which lowers the delay because you're not sitting at that intersection for coming up, stopping, waiting for the next person to go, and then it's your turn, and then you go. It's just, it clears that all out. So what you're trying to do is optimize all the turning movements. So when there's a turning movement that doesn't have a conflict on another side of the intersection, then you can let them go, in which actually helps make the intersection work more efficiently.
Yeah, that helps a lot, David. Thank you. So it's actually in the stoplight itself. It has the arrow. So.
That's correct. It'll be part of the signal itself.
Okay, Madam Chair, that is all I wanted to ask on the circulation aspect. Did you want me to continue on into other topics, or would you like to open, it's up to you. How would you like to proceed?
Well, if your questions are generally, and I know there's overlap, this is not a pure differential between these topics. I'm very aware of that. But if you have, it doesn't have to be just transportation, other EIR related topics, go ahead and do that now.
Well, I did have a question, and I think it was Commissioner Gibson on the CFD, the special tax, and mine had more to do with how it actually works. I can hold that off if we want to talk about that later, but regarding police, fire, safety, there was a couple of things here, and I don't think Chief Stornetta or Chief Lewis are present, but I did see some comments concerned about we already need more officers and more firefighters before we even add new housing. One of the questions I wanted to ask Chief Stornetta is to ask again, where exactly is the new fire station going, and what kind of response assistance would it offer this project?
So Commissioner Davis, I don't believe we have the chief on. We do have a third fire station planned. It's on Union Road. The city has purchased the property for that site. Right now, we're reviewing plans for both construction and staffing. So it will be available probably before this project actually even starts construction. It's something that's a need currently, and it is something that I know the chief is moving ahead with as we speak.
Okay. I'm going to hold off on my question on the CFD, the special tax, and how it works and the extent to which it actually does cover for these important services, fire and police and library. So I'm going to let that discussion happen a little bit later because I know there's some other commissioners out there. I'm a teacher, so I'm going to skip to schools for a moment. I read in the EIR the comment from the Paso Robles Public School Districts and school district. I'm a Bearcat, so I'm very sensitive. I'm a teacher. I'm a Bearcat, so I care about education. I think they said that schools are at 90% capacity. I guess I'm kind of curious what kind of interface staff and the development team had with the public schools in terms of how to prepare. There are going to be a lot of kids that are going to be raised in this development with the affordable housing component, and I just want to make sure that that we're keeping them in focus as we talk about these projects.
Yeah, so staff worked closely with the school district on both the Beechwood specific plan as well as the Olson South Chandler specific plan. Originally, the school district had told us that they didn't need or desire a school site in Beechwood because of the proximity to Virginia Peterson. Based on that direction, we worked with the Olson project to find a school site within the Olson project. The school district then determined that they didn't feel they needed that site. So at this point, and I know that what was submitted in the EIR record kind of is a different approach, but based on the direction from the Olson project, the district has basically communicated to the city that they don't believe at this point, based on current student generation levels, that they need a school site in either of these specific plans. So that's the way these projects have moved forward. These projects are required to pay the full school mitigation fee, and that will basically satisfy their requirement to mitigate impacts to school facilities.
I believe their calculations, they estimated with the 900 units, an additional 560. So you're saying the impact fees should cover that?
Well, the impact fees meet their obligation under state law. As I said, the school district had the opportunity to pick up the site in Olson for a school, and they passed on that.
Okay. And just one last question, and then I'll let my fellow commissioners get to their more detailed questions. Just a nod. Everything, all utilities are underground in this. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And Madam Chair, I'll let my other commissioners chime in.
All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Neal, questions on the EIR?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Castillo.
Sorry, you caught me in the middle of a bite of a sandwich. I'm going to actually, I appreciate Commissioner Davis's questions because I do had a lot of the questions about the school. I may have a question just to follow up with one of her questions in regards to the school to Warren. When the school passed on the opportunity for the Olson project, is there any reason why? I mean, other than the fact that they don't believe that they would need another school there, or I don't see the. I guess are they truly matching alongside with our growth as far as state guidance goes and local growth goes?
So the city has been very proactive in terms of notifying the school district of both these specific plans, Olson and Beechwood, their expected populations and their potential to impact the school district. We actually made a presentation last year to the full school district board about the Olson site. At that meeting, we explained both these projects, their build-out potential, and their population projections. All that information was provided to the school board at a public hearing, and they thanked us for that, but made it clear that they did not believe they needed any school sites in either of these specific plans.
Madam Chair, this is Tom Frucci. May I piggyback on that answer?
Yes, certainly. Thank you.
So Warren's absolutely correct. And subsequent to the presentation he made to the school board, the district did hire a consultant to analyze the potential for new students based on the city's growth projections. And they use different assumptions and different planning factors than we do. And that analysis came back, and based on that, as well as the school district's financing situation, they decided that it was more cost effective for them to add students to existing campuses because they have several campuses that have significant room for growth. And school financing being complex and what it is, the capital funds to both purchase a site and to build a new school would have been much more difficult to come by than remodeling funds and other ways of addressing the additional need within existing schools. So that combined analysis went back to the school board, and as Warren exactly says, the district decided they did not need that site for a new school.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Castillo, any further questions on schools or otherwise in the EIR?
I find that very interesting. I'm near the project as far as where my residence is, so that's why I kind of have a it's near and dear to my heart in the sense of the growth. I also want to let Warren know that I have about every 10th word that's being said is dragged out. So if I don't hear what you're saying, that is why. I don't know if it's on my end, but I'm pretty stationary and I got full bars and full service. But I'm getting a bit of a delay. I'll hold the rest of my questions, Madam Chair, until furthermore. I'm good right now.
All right, thank you. And Leo, was it just Warren where you were having the delay, or is it all of us?
No, it's everybody, every person I'm hearing. It's about every 10th, maybe 12th word.
All right.
So Leo, I'm going to have Darren Nash contact you offline and see if the two of you can figure out maybe how to fix your audio issue.
Sounds good to me.
Commissioner Christensen, questions on the EIR?
Yes, thank you. I do have a little bit of a crossover follow-up on the units that was explained, just so I can get an understanding, because it kind of leads me into some of the EIR. Does the 911 units include the additional 53 ADUs, Mr. Frace? And if so, was that also considered in the traffic count for the EIR? And a follow-up on that, I was hoping that Mr. Athey could maybe kind of elaborate a little bit more on a mitigation measure TR3B. They talk about timeframes, and there's various groupings of numbers and timeframes for building permits and which building permits being pulled. I'm not sure if maybe the 674th building permit was maybe meant to be the 911th, but if he could just kind of elaborate on that section and what he sees, how that's going to actually work out, that would be helpful for me.
So let me start with the ADU question, because that is a complicated issue to understand. So the state of California, through recent legislation, has mandated that all cities within the state allow ADUs in single-family zoning districts. So most single-family zoning districts historically have limited the number of dwelling units on a property to one. This state override prevents that from being a rule anymore, and says that where you allow single-family development, you have to allow not only one ADU, but also potentially a third junior ADU. So basically all single-family zones throughout the state now have the ability to build up to 3 separate units on a property. So that's basically a state mandate. There was no consideration for city build-out numbers, CEQA impacts, traffic, facilities to meet that. That's just a state mandate. So based on that, when we approve a project like the Beechwood specific plan that has single-family zones, by definition, all those lots are entitled to build ADUs under the state rules. Because those are mandated state units, they aren't part of the general plan. They aren't required to be analyzed in CEQA. We don't actually know when and if or how any of those get built, so they're very difficult actually to plan for. So those are not part of the analysis. They aren't part of the traffic generation number. But because there is the potential that these could be built, and the state, through their regional housing needs allocation, is requiring cities to accommodate ADUs throughout developments. We've worked with the developer to come to an agreement that 53 ADUs will be built at the time of initial construction, with 53 of the properties in the site, knowing that those do meet a need for affordable housing within the community, but they are not part of the traffic study.
Thank you. So they're also not considered, obviously I remember that, if I'm correct, that there's parking is not necessary for an ADU as well. Is that correct?
Yes, that's also part of the state mandate.
Okay, and that kind of lead me to like a follow-up question for that. Is it normal that we've worked with the developer to build ADUs ahead of building and selling parcels as part of a project design?
So it is the same program that we worked out with the developer on the Olson specific plan. So we do have local precedent for that.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
So the second question, I think, was about the timing of some of the mitigation improvements for Mr. Athey.
Yes, I just wanted a little clarification, if you would. Page 109 under mitigation measure TR3. And I'm looking at some of the timeframes there, and there's several different building permit numbers, and I'm just trying to wrap my head a little bit around that a little bit better, so we can understand the timing of those improvements as the project progresses, even though we know we're talking about this happening over a long period of time.
Yes, Commissioner Christensen. I'm just trying to get to my page 109 doesn't have that information on it. So is there?
Yeah, I apologize. It would be under the Reso A, Exhibit A under K Transportation, and it would be the second page under the impact for TR3.
Okay, so
towards the bottom of that page.
I gotcha. Yep, that would be page 265 in the Planning Commission agenda. So, in looking at this, it says here Creston Meadowlark Road, that signal would be installed. They got to do an operations analysis prior to the issuance of the 554th building permit and install the signal if warranted at that time. If not warranted at the 554th unit, then they would determine what unit count prior to 911, that the signal would be installed. So what they were doing is getting a report prior to the 554th unit, and then if it's not warranted then figuring out at what unit count before 911 it would be warranted. So it's really looking at how is the traffic working out there on Creston Road and Meadowlark, and really trying to be adaptive and figure out, okay, look ahead. Either we need it now, or we need it sometime before 9/11. We don't know exactly when, but we want to make sure we get it when we need it at the intersection. Does that make sense?
So, yeah, no, it does, and
okay.
I appreciate that. One of the other questions was under A, it's at the 74th unit. Was that meant to say 911th? Or was that from the old 974 unit approval? Or I know that's a minor detail, but I'm curious if that was meant to say 911th, or if it really was the 674th.
I believe it is the 674th.
Great. Okay, thanks. I appreciate that very much. That's it for me right now, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Christensen. Commissioner Gibson, questions on the EIR?
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on the same area that Commissioner Christensen left off on, questioning when we're looking at this project, not in of itself, but as a cumulative project along with everything else that's going on in town, including the Olson South Chandler project. Why would we wait until the 554th permit was pulled, which would indicate that we're, more than halfway through the development of these major projects, to look to see about doing something to mitigate the traffic. I mean, as opposed to trying to catch the problem before it got worse. And my thought of it is, and maybe you can just address it, I'm just trying to give some context as to why I'm asking this, is that I'm assuming it's going to take 6 months to a year to design and develop any sort of major construction on a road, just based on having lived in construction areas, areas where construction is being done on a road. So why would we wait until the 554th or the 674th permit of the development to start working on what we know is going to be eventually needed, as opposed to something much earlier on in the projects?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the way this will work is it will behoove the applicant to do the analysis prior to the 553rd unit, because they'll want to keep building homes and units out there. So I anticipate getting that report much sooner than the 554th unit, because they won't want to put themselves in a jam. But I do have to tie it to a unit count to have a specific time frame to get the report. And they could choose to turn the report in and then stop building homes, but that's what that would mean. We wouldn't issue any additional permits. Let's just say they turned it in at the 553rd unit, and it says that the signal is warranted, then they wouldn't be allowed to pull any more units until that signal was installed. So it's a dynamic process where we work closely with the applicant, get the reports in, figure out when the signal is needed. They would do that. They would anticipate that in advance, potentially up to a year. In order to plan ahead so they wouldn't get in that jam. Now, it relieves some pressure on them to do the report, because if it's not warranted by the 554th unit, then they have some more breathing room to actually build some more homes, build up some more money so they can actually do the improvements and get them installed. Now, in terms of why we don't do that right out the gate, front-loading a project is really difficult for an applicant. That's a lot of money you're putting out up front for some improvements that may not be warranted or needed at that time. So a lot of the different triggers that are included in the traffic report are based on actually when we think the level of service or the need arises for that. So there is existing capacity in the three-way stop that is out there, for instance, at Meadowlark and Creston Road. And so essentially we're using that capacity up, and then when we need greater stop control or greater intersection control, then we would get that signal installed. So that's how these mitigations work. And it really is a responsibility of the applicant to make sure that they're ahead of the curve, so to speak, so they can keep building their project.
Okay, thank you. And then either yourself, David, or Warren, and going back to the page 57 that you had up earlier, the thought had occurred to me that with the different ownerships and the mini development, meaning that this project is not going to be developed all at once. Could you walk us through the timing of the roads, of the completion of the roads, such as Airport Road extension, Ridge Road, Meadowlark, and Creston Road improvements? Who would be responsible, and when in the process of this project would those be done?
So I'll take that question, Commissioner. So the way the project is set up now is that each different ownership group, as they're constructing their portion of the project, say phase 1, phase 2, and then phase 2B, will construct those adjacent improvements as they're building out their project. So we'll work with them closely. We'll get subdivision improvement plans in, and they'll construct, let's just take, we're having a little technical difficulties right now, but if we take the upper left-hand corner, if that would build first, then they would build the improvements along Meadowlark and Beechwood and a portion of Ridge Road. That was within their responsibility. So that's how this is phased, so that the project, as it's being constructed, the adjacent roads and the adjacent thoroughfares are constructed. And that's consistent with the traffic report, which indicates that's an acceptable, acceptable in this case in terms of site circulation.
So just to make sure that I'm understanding what you're saying, let me give it back to you. So you're saying, as an example, that there's going to be an extension for Airport Road. Is that if the upper east side was done, they would be responsible for building Airport Road, and then in the phase 2 of the project, as they did that, then whoever owned that property would be responsible for completing the next extension of the Airport Road. Is that how that works?
Yeah, that's essentially right. I can turn this over to the applicant if they want to expand on that answer and kind of give how they see. They've been working together to have a joint plan for development of the different phases, which includes the adjacent roads.
Whoever is most appropriate. I'm just trying to understand, who do we look to make sure that somebody who's building Ridge Road and who's building Airport Road, and how is it? Yeah, maybe the mechanics of how that gets done.
Commissioner, this is Dan Lloyd. I'll take a stab at that. The real simple answer is everyone is paying for all of the offsite improvements. And how we do that is through establishing a CFD, which we have pushed to certain projects when they come up. So we've taken the total basket of offsite improvements, traffic improvements, and we have assigned them to the various project areas. We have area A through area J. And when we meet the need, which in a lot of cases revolves around providing adequate fire access, 2 points of entry to all subdivisions at all times, then we'll see those improvements go in. We have a schedule, we have it planned, it's related to the tax rate that can be supported by new housing, and it's complex, but not insurmountable. And we can get into that with our financial advisor, John Zimmerman, at some point, because it is a little bit in the weeds, but I can assure you, essentially, we have had to think this all out extensively, and we're satisfied, as well as the city is satisfied through the development agreement, that those improvements will go in when required. I will say we have 2 phases in phase 1, or 2 segments, phase 1A and phase 1B. Phase 1B is when we would see the improvement to Airport Road from Meadowlark to the south, where we would intersect Ridge Road. Phase 1B involves the area D, E, and F. A, B, and C, portion of C is going to be as well in phase 1B. And again, we're talking about fire safety, adequate circulation, and the demand for offsite mitigation. Does that help at all, Commissioner?
Yeah. I think I understand the concept. So maybe I could ask my next question, which is slightly different, but along the same line. So in regards to the sports field, my understanding is that is going to be built. I believe it's when the 500th permit is pulled. That would also then be paid out of the monies from the CFD?
Correct. And it's essentially, we are taxing ourselves at a greater rate for park facilities. I think the number is roughly around $2,900 per unit typically, and we are taxing ourselves $4,100 roughly per unit in order to set aside those funds for the park. We are doing a CFD right out of the gate before any development, and that's to pay for Area G, which is the park site itself. So while I might be getting a little complex in the discussion here, we have it all set up so that we build the park when it's needed and it's fully funded.
All right.
That's been a little bit difficult because we're thinking about, what's the cost of living in, accelerator. So we're looking at ways to make sure that we don't end up with insufficient funds to build the park.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So pivoting back to staff, just trying to, again, understand and have full understanding of the impact of the traffic situation. There's a section in the EIR that discusses some of the arterial roads, and maybe you could inform me as to the timing and on some of these projects. So starting with Golden Hill and Union Road, it indicated that there's a roundabout that's being designed, and it says that in the EIR that it's assumed that it's going to be in place. Can you give us some information about that project, the Golden Hill Union Road roundabout, the timing of it?
Certainly. So that project is currently in design. City staff is working on that. Right now, we don't have a construction schedule, but it is, they are working out the final details of traffic control, the design itself. So we anticipate that going to construction in the next several years. That will be a much needed improvement to that intersection.
Okay,
so Dave, this is Dick McKinley. If I might add some detail.
Certainly.
Right now, the design is 65 to 70% complete. We should be able to go out to bid about November or December on that project. It is a funded, budgeted project included in the adopted budget. And so it's in the works.
Yeah, imminent. Sounds like it's imminent. Okay, and then also in the same section, Dick or David, they indicated that alternative one of the ongoing Union Road Highway, State Highway 46 was assumed to be in place. Can you describe for us the alternative one that is going to be in place?
Are you referring to the Union Road overpass?
I assume so. It just said that alternative one of the Union Road. I guess my concern is how people, again, cumulatively are going to get out of the east side of the town. They're either going to go north to Highway 46 or they're going to go west to 101. So I'm just trying to figure out, what I think that's going to look like. So this indicated that Union Road, Highway 46, there was an alternative one that is going to be complete at the same time this project starts.
Yeah, so in the cumulative time frame, that is out 20 to 25 years, population growth about 44,000, or total population of 44,000. We are also working on that with Caltrans. Alternative one refers to the type of overpass that's going to go in and the different treatments, off ramps and things where the red dot is on the screen. In the cumulative, we anticipate Airport Road going from Creston Road all the way to Union Road, and then up and then joining in with Airport Road in the north. So that is the long-term time frame. We're actually working on that as we go right now. Mr. McKinley may have more specifics on the current plan there, but that is the long-range plan for that crossing of Highway 46, and that really goes back to our parallel routes plan, which are shown on the screen here. We anticipate connections from Tractor to Dallins to River Oaks Drive and back into town. We anticipate another connection on Union Road down into the 13th Street corridor, and we anticipate a connection. It's that long green line from the bottom to the top, which shows Airport Road connecting all the way through to the existing airport road, so we can close the right turn, or excuse me, we can close the left turns on the on Highway 46 and eliminate those dangerous turning movements, and still provide people access both east and west on Highway 46.
Okay, but David, you're indicating that. Well, let me just ask my next question. So obviously, we have two projects that the South Chandler, or the Olson South Chandler, and then the Beechwood, which are on the more southern end. And then we have North Chandler, which I haven't heard anything moving forward. So what is can you shed any light on the time frame or any plans for the actual completion of Airport Road? Because again, we're talking about roughly 1,400 housing units at the Olson South Chandler, and up to 911 units plus some ADUs for Beechwood. How are people going to go north? I mean, so what's the time frame for Airport Road? Any ideas?
No, we don't have any specific time frame at this point for Airport Road from the future connection at Sherwood, the extension of Sherwood / Niblick to the north. However, in that time frame, people will still be able to use Golden Hill Road and access Union out to that overpass and go through town, Niblick, Charlet, and other routes in the interim. But long term, that is the plan to make these connections.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me pivot to my last area that I'd like to ask some questions, and that has to do with the agriculture. I noted that several of the people in the public had also brought this up. So my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Warren, is that the proposal is we're going to swap 49 acres of ag land, which includes roughly 26 acres of statewide importance and 13 to 14 acres of unique farmland for 26 acres of grazing land under the high voltage KV lines. Is that correct?
So yes, there is an existing vineyard that's on Harrod's property right here. As we build phase 2, that vineyard will be removed. That does show up as an impact. When we did the original annexation, the vineyard didn't exist. This was something that's been done since annexation and zoning of this property. So the plan is that this goes away. We're going to redesignate this area as ag. This ends up basically, whether it actually is created as a vineyard or not, we don't know, but it does have the value of providing a buffer between the urban residential area and kind of the rural areas and the vineyard areas in the town, and that would be consistent with our Purple Belt policy of providing protection to existing ag at the perimeters of the city.
Okay, but has PG&E been asked if they're interested in doing any farming, or is that just an assumption?
Well, right now it's basically grazing land, so it currently exists as an agricultural use.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's all my questions for right now, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Gibson. In following up on some of the recent questions, David, you talked about an adaptable signal plan at 13th Street. Are any of the other new signals planned to be of that type? And is there an existing signal in Paso of an adaptive type?
Yes, actually. So the Niblick corridor is conditioned to have, or the signals on the Niblick corridor that are impacted are conditioned to have adaptive signal timing installed, along with the ones labeled 7, 8, and 9. We do not currently have adaptive signal timing in the city. It's not uncommon now. It is a technology that's been out for a while, but we don't usually see it in the North County. So it will be a benefit to our circulation system, and it has the ability to increase traffic efficiency at different signalized intersections from 10 to 50%. That really depends on how old the signal is that you're installing it on. But I anticipate it would be probably closer to 10% improvement in signal operations, and especially where they're tied together, we'll see an improvement in signal operation in that area.
Okay, good, thank you. And speaking of the Niblick corridor, what is the completion date for that?
Well, the corridor plan was recently adopted by City Council, and that right now is just a plan, and we'll be using that for future project grant applications for the city. And so we anticipate over the next several to 10 years applying for different grants, say like an ATP grant, which really you get. It's a grant that ties affordable housing, education, transit together, and provides pathways like that. So we'll be applying for that type of a grant for Niblick Road in the future. So it wasn't a project; it was more of a plan. It's our long range plan that we put in place, and having that plan allows us to really go out and be competitive for grants in the future.
Okay, good, thank you. I have a follow-up question from one of the other commissioners about the traffic study for Olson Chandler and the traffic study for Beechwood. And if realizing that for Beechwood, as I understand it, Olson Chandler is included in the cumulative plus project category, maybe even cumulative. And I assume that Beechwood, as I recall, Beechwood was included likewise in the study for Olson Chandler. So since this traffic study for Beechwood was a new traffic study, I'd like to know what the difference in conclusions were from Olson Chandler.
Really, the differences are the intersections that were impacted, where the intersections had dual impacts, or they had similar impacts, not necessarily the same level of impact. The conclusions are the same. Now, there are some intersections that are not included in Olson's that are included in Beechwood's, and vice versa. And that is because the project, let's take Olson South Chandler, they would not have a significant enough impact at Charlotte and South River Road as would Beechwood. Beechwood's traffic far eclipses any type of impact from Olson South Chandler. So they have similar mitigations, and sometimes they have separate mitigations. But overall, the mitigations that are shared are the same in terms of the outcome.
Okay, so any of the mitigations that were approved for Olson Chandler remain in place. They're not modified based on this new input, right?
That's correct. So they have similar trigger points when they're shared. Okay.
All right. I'm also still a little perplexed about the mitigation timing on some of the traffic improvements. There were at least one, I believe there was two or three, at least two or so, where the mitigation was to be performed prior to the 911th permit being pulled. I believe Creston and Charlotte stop signs was one, a four-way stop. I mean, that's a relatively inexpensive improvement. It would be years and years out And what if they never build a 911th unit? I don't understand why. I don't understand why some of these are pushed out so far. So I'm building on the question of other commissioners that I'm just having a hard time understanding the logic. I do understand that at a point during development of the project, if there's a requirement to take another look, do a mini study, I suppose it would be called, and see when this mitigation would be required. That makes sense to me. But for some that don't require that, or that allow it to go to the very end or almost the very end of development, I'm just perplexed. So what is the, could you either again or further elaborate on the basis for some of these implementation permit numbers?
Certainly. So the impact is not seen until that point. So what we do is rely on what we have affectionately called level of service over time. So that ranges A through F. And those aren't related to grades in a school, but they are related to different levels of impact for let's take an intersection, Creston and Charlotte Road. So we anticipate it has worked out in this case that the impact to Creston and Charlotte, we really start seeing a level of service less than D, which would be getting in level of service E or F at that point. And so hence that mitigation is at that time. And so level of service D for most of our intersections is our trigger point that the city council has adopted as they don't want any impacts or any level of service to fall below that point. So it happened to work out basically at the 911th unit for Olson South Chandler and for Beechwood. But the applicant, if the applicant decided to install that prior to the 911th unit, we would work with them on that. And then you're getting to your question about what happens if they build, let's just say 780 units and the project stops and they decide not to build any more units. The city could move forward with that installation. And okay. I believe Olson South Chandler has the same requirement. So I think at some point it's going to be triggered by the 911th unit, or it'll be triggered out there and constructed.
Okay, it just seems very trusting to go to 911th when what if there's 910? It just, I don't know, don't understand. Okay. On South River, the mitigation on South River Road in Charlotte, the way I read the paragraph, and I read this 2 days ago, so the way my memory says I read this paragraph in my notes, was that it talked about a roundabout and a signal, but your diagram shows a roundabout, and I wouldn't think you'd have both. Is that an error, or did I misread it? It's TR3B.B.
What page number is that?
Well, I can give you the page in the draft EIR. It was page 4G40.
I believe that's a typographical error. It should say roundabout, not signal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So my next question has to do with reducing vehicle miles traveled, or VMT in the jargon. As I understand, the EIR needs to address this, and one of the sections is the policy test, which lists a number of policies, I assume from the state, and a confirmation that the EIR complies with those specific policies, and that's one of them. It seems, and maybe it does, but it seems pretty like a minimal effort on what we're doing, or at least what we describe that we're doing. It talks about the pedestrian and bike trails, which is good, but it doesn't really address transit to any extent. It just says, yeah, we'll have transit. The policy indicates transit facilities, and in a different place, bus pullouts. And I don't see any of that. I don't see any kind of a transit hub in this development proposal or any place where one could pleasantly wait for a van or mass transit, some kind of vehicle with some shade in the summer and cover in the rain, and realizing that we don't know what kind of future transit opportunities we'll have, and that's one of the, I think, responsibilities of this project is to work with the county agencies to figure that out. But I don't see any effort here for transit. So could the applicant maybe address that? Make me feel more confident that it's really been considered.
Yeah, this is Dan again. We did contact the county rapid transit group, and they don't have any plans at this point, but the way that we've set up the design is that it's likely that we would see transit use stronger on Creston Road than we would on Meadowlark. But Meadowlark and Creston Road is another likely intersection. So what we've done, again, to try to reduce trips and make it a more pedestrian-friendly environment, is that anywhere in the project, you can get to Virginia Peterson School, or you can get to the intersection of Beechwood and Creston Road, or Airport Road and Creston Road. Airport Road is another corridor that the county might find to be useful as both projects, the Olson and Beechwood projects, progress. So we're ready to accommodate that. We're just going to have to see how that evolves with respect to the usage of a rapid transit facility. But to really talk about the project, we're looking at having the multi-use paths to facilitate transportation around and through the project, which technically, along with our commercial, should it come in a reasonable period of time, would reduce trips as well, because we're looking for neighborhood service uses along Creston Road that particularly the higher density product would be closer to and would also use. So we've got some thought going behind where we located the uses and how that might reduce trips generated by the project. And again, we also have, by this interconnected pedestrian network, a real good safe routes to school inherent design.
All right, thank you. Speaking of the school, I see that you're designating back-end diagonal parking at the school and the park. Is that correct? I've never heard of such a thing.
That is correct, and it seems upside down, but rather it's a very safe way to allow, particularly when we're talking about the park as well as across the street from the school. Number one, we get more parking. Number two, it's safer actually to when you're pulling out, or if you're at the park, you're unloading the back of your van or the back of your trunk of your car, you're not out in a travel lane. So that has become a much more, let's call it, safe approach to accommodating higher parking loads against or adjacent to high use areas. Willing to talk about that, but it does seem it's new in some respects.
All right, thank you. And then shifting subjects to open space calculations. The open spaces, as it was, the acreage as it was calculated, I believe was indicated that includes trails. But the trails are wide sidewalks in many cases adjacent to the major streets. So is that open space acreage including sidewalks, or is it, what is included?
No, we took out the sidewalks out of that area and the landscape. So we're looking at the gross areas, not really counting that so much as open space. There will be the benefit of that, That is the psychic value of having openness around where you're walking and not walking right next to a travel lane. But we didn't count that as part of our numbers.
Okay, very good. Okay, one more question about ADUs. I think this one's probably for Warren. Warren, does the state in all their requirements for accessory dwelling units, ADUs, does the state address whether we can count those in our traffic counts, or is because we can't count parking and we can't, consider ADUs as much of anything in our calculations, does that essentially preclude us from including that in our traffic studies?
So I don't think the state necessarily says you can't put them into a traffic study. But what the state tells you is you can't basically tax or provide any mitigation requirements for ADUs. You basically have to remove all the fee barriers to those, so they don't have to pay development impact fees or anything like that. So to the degree that you count them, you can't assess them the cost of those impacts, which is basically the same as not counting them. It's just that the general public has to pick up whatever that residual cost that's related to ADU development ends up being. Okay,
thank you. That is all my questions on the EIR. So it's 9:12. I'm wondering if we should take a quick break and then come back to the commissioner's questions on the additional resolutions. We've only done the first questions on the first resolution so far.
So, Madam Chair, we do have, I think, 2 callers wanting to make public comments. So I don't know if you want to take those or do you want them to continue to hold?
No, let's go ahead and take those 2 calls and then maybe we'll take a break after that.
Okay, so Jessica will get those calls queued up for you.
Okay.
Ma'am, the first call we have is Selma Poe.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead and give us your name, your address, and please give us your comments in about 3 minutes.
Okay, it's Selma Poe. My address is 2625 Beechwood Court. It's the little court street off of Beechwood Drive, and it's just a little cul-de-sac with 6 homes in it. And there's only one way in and out of the cul-de-sac. And according to what we can determine is that Ridge Road, which is the main thoroughfare through the middle of the big project, is coming out right across the street to our little cul-de-sac entry and exit. Now, can you confirm that for me?
Why don't you go ahead and give us your comments and then we'll answer the questions afterwards.
Okay, the comments is that it's going to impact our way of existence tremendously, about 99% if it does, because all of the traffic coming down Ridge Road, especially at night or in the evenings when there's car lights, it will be shining constantly in our living room, dining room, through to the kitchen and family room area. I mean, this is a constant. It will be a constant 24/7. And we thought that also the heavy traffic would also impact the elementary school with people dropping off their children and picking them up. And since the school entry and exit from the driveway is both on Beechwood Drive, even if there's parking across the street, I was wondering how they are going to make that a safety issue for the people in that area. So that is the two that I really have. And also it says that the 8-acre park is going to, one side is going to go up against the Ridge Road, and it'll be ballparks and soccer fields and things like that. And therefore, the traffic is going to be enormous. We can see an influx of people coming to those different soccer games, baseball games, and that, finding parking spots all along the road, and also using the cul-de-sac as parking spots that would be infringing upon our driveways in and out. It's not a big cul-de-sac, and it's not long or anything. It's just a little round cul-de-sac with the homes. That is our main concern, is the heavy traffic, especially from September through May of each year for the kids. And, with the school buses on top of the resident or the people bringing their kids to and from. We've lived here for 4 years, and when school is on, it's a very, very busy traffic area on that road in the mornings and in the afternoons. And we do have school children walking on the sidewalks, and it is of a concern. And we were wondering what kind of fix you can do to make it a safe way and not impact the residents on the street. And I know there are some people's driveways pull right out on Beechwood. So
all right,
we are concerned about that.
Thank you. We will get answers to your questions. And thank you. 3 minutes are up. So thank you very much for your questions. We'll get you answers.
Madam Chair, this is Dan Lloyd. Would you like me to address Selma's comments?
No, not right now, Dan. We have another caller, I believe.
Ma'am, we have Melanie Anderson available.
All right. Ms. Anderson, if you could give us your address and keep your comments to about 3 minutes.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great, thank you so much for taking my call. I wanted to ask a question about how much are these units going to cost?
How much?
Whether in rent?
Excuse me, how much what is going to cost?
What are the prices? So I'm concerned about my daughters. They're 30 and 31, and they've moved in together to save money. But I'm just wondering, and also my employees who are field workers, I want to know what percentage of the units are going to be affordable for someone making, let's say, $40,000, $60,000, or $80,000 a year.
All right. We'll get you that. We'll get you some answers for that. Did you have another question, or was that it?
That's really it. I'm just concerned about affordable housing.
Okay. Thank you. We'll get you an answer for that. So that are those our callers for now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if I put this back to staff, the questions I have noted are Beechwood Court, Ridge Road, and dead ending right into it. Concerns about traffic and parking in the cul-de-sac, excess parking in the cul-de-sac, parking for the school safety. and just how that cul-de-sac will be affected by this development.
So, Madam Chair, we'll refer that to the applicant. We brought up an exhibit that shows the improvements along that segment of Beechwood Drive.
Again, Madam Chair, Dan Lloyd. I had a conversation with Selma back in April of 2018, and we had quite a long conversation about it, as I recall. And the design you see on your screen is really the result of discussions with her and other neighbors about what we identify as safety issues. So what you're looking at is Virginia Peterson School is in the left-hand corner. The Beechwood Drive, where you see the lettering, that's going to be residential. You can see our first local street to the right of Meadowlark. The next street is Ridge Road, and you can see how Ridge Road intersects the cul-de-sac where Selma lives. What you see is the crosswalk area there, and we're going to have flashing lights there that are activated by use. So that intersection, along with our local street to the left, which you can see aligns across the street from the parking lot of the school, those are they're dedicated locations for safety. So while Selma's cul-de-sac is small, that's the best place to concentrate vehicles coming out from the project. Now, what I'd like to say is that there are 10 points of access to the subdivision in totality, so we don't expect all of the traffic to use Ridge Road coming out. You can see the parallel parking or the angular parking that we have on both sides of the park site itself. And to address parking in her cul-de-sac, we could put up signs such as no parking, but what we did is we created 122 parking spaces, which we believe is in excess of what is required. And so it's going to be more convenient for people to be using the east side of the road for parking and access to the park. And then as well as for kids, I wanted to talk about this earlier, the parents dropping off children for school across from Virginia Peterson School, we have a lot better access and accommodation. Whereas right now, it's a shoulder, an unimproved shoulder that is really sort of dangerous and also not very convenient and doesn't really provide parking. So we're going to see controlled access and pedestrian crossing at Ridge Road for school children coming in from the subdivision. We're also lining up with the existing street to reduce traffic conflicts from cars coming out of the cul-de-sac and wherever you would put a street coming through the subdivision onto Beechwood Drive. We think this design is very safe. And you can see in the lower illustration on that sheet where it says bulb outs and school zone crossing. Whereas that one is across the street from the school, we're doing the same thing, but twice at the Ridge Road access to Beechwood. I think that is going to really help her and that area to reduce impact and improve safety. I think that's all I have to say on Beechwood.
All right. She had also asked about lights from the cars coming into their windows at night because the cul-de-sac is aligned with Ridge. And are there any stops at that corner? They're not, are there?
There's a stop sign on Ridge Road approaching Beechwood. And what the bulb outs do for us also, Commissioner, is that it slows down traffic because it makes the road feel narrower and people just automatically slow down. It's a natural response. Now, with respect to lighting, not much we can do about that. I would say it's about 175 feet from the end of the cul-de-sac back to maybe even a little bit longer back to the east side of Ridge Road. So headlights, unless they're shining bright lights, shouldn't be too much of a distraction or an impediment to quality of her experience in her home. But you will notice that there will be some lights, and because of safety, sometimes those are the trade-offs that we experience.
All right, thank you. And then Ms. Anderson asked about the prices of homes. What percentage would be affordable to those in the $40,000, $60,000 to $80,000 a year income levels?
I'm going to ask Jeff Barfield to give us a little bit of information on that, please.
Madam Chair, Jeff Barfield with Rick Engineering. Thinking I can answer some of her questions. I think she started out with what is the estimated price range of the products? And right now we're assuming in today's dollars, $400,000 to $700,000. You know, we have a wide variety of anticipated products from apartments, condominiums, you know, traditional multifamily type situations, to townhomes and to small lot products and some courtyard homes. So I think there's going to be a lot of variety in there to reach various price points. We have a requirement there's two options to deed restrict, and I might need some help with staff in terms of what's the actual income level. I don't know if we have our affordable housing staff member on for, like, you know, the identifying the 80% median income level, what that is in today's dollars. I'm not sure, but we don't at the present time, but there are restrictions on these 53 low-income units. Those are, you know, those will be restricted for a period of time. We have an obligation for 96 for-sale workforce units. So those obviously, and that's tied to what the 120% of the median income at the time that those units go on sale. So I don't know what that exact figure is. And then of course, we have by affordable design, 100 minimum of 100 apartment units also coming online. So there's a wide variety. I don't know if I could, apologize, I can't answer that one question on income levels at the current time. We can get that back to you though in the future.
All right, thank you. Did city staff have anything you wanted to add to any of these, the speaker's questions?
So we have designed the project with the applicant to make sure we have a full range of housing types. So you have the single family, which is obviously going to be the above moderate market rate housing. In terms of the workforce service workers, those that are making more of the low income range, that's what the purpose of the apartments are. The apartments will be rental. Rentals are typically more affordable than ownership products. In addition, as Mr. Barfield mentioned, there are provisions in the development agreement that a certain portion of those apartment units be low-income units, which are required to be rented to people making low income. And then the accessory dwelling units, those are rental units. Those won't be deed restricted, but by definition, those are going to be small units. They will be available for rent. So those will also be potentially a niche product that's available for some service workers. We were able to find the affordable housing standards for the county of San Luis Obispo. These basically show what the income rates are for different persons. So if we take, say, our typical 5 family persons or 5 persons in a family, very low income would be $52,000 a year, low income $83,000, median income $105,000. So those ADUs and rental units that we were talking about, those are intended to identify part of the need that's within this income range.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so we don't have any more callers right now. I think what we'll do is take a 10-minute break. It's 9:30, so we'll start again at 9:40 sharp. And at that point in time, we will ask the commissioners for their questions on the resolutions regarding the general plan and then zoning, and then we'll get into the specific plan. So we'll be back at 9. meeting for the Beechwood specific plan. Mr. Freis, would you like to take roll call to make sure we're all back in place?
Commissioner Christensen.
Present.
Commissioner Gibson.
I'm here, thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Castillo.
Here.
Commissioner Kogler.
Here.
Commissioner Neal.
Here.
Chairperson Jorgensen.
I'm here.
All present.
Thank you. All right, let's begin our commissioner questions on Resolution B, which is recommending approval to the City Council of General Plan Amendment 12-004, Land Use Element, Circulation Element, Housing Element, Parks and Recreation Element. So I will go through commissioners and see if you have any questions related to this resolution. Commissioner Kogler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple. I would ask of staff and maybe the applicant to provide some commentary. One of the things that the Planning Commission has to make a finding of is that this project is an appropriate transition of land uses between single-family residential development and the ag and the other uses that are around it. And it talks specifically in the resolution about compatible with surrounding land uses in the vicinity. And I previewed this with my initial comments, it's now a couple hours ago probably, that I was curious about the densities of some of the surrounding Meadowlark Farms areas, some of the areas on the west side of Beechwood immediately adjacent to this, and in terms of how that compares to what I believe is roughly an average of 4 units per acre that are here. Admittedly, there's a broader array of housing product types here in the new development than there is in the existing surrounding neighborhood. But some reaction or commentary from staff about your view of the compatibility of this. From the get-go, they've described this as a neo-traditional development, and it certainly has elements of that with some of the lot sizes and things. It's kind of a suburban interpretation of that, I think, in some ways, given the cul-de-sacs and the radiating streets and things. But I'm curious, do you consider this to be compatible? Is that an easy finding that you would recommend that the Planning Commission make?
Yeah, I think from staff's standpoint, we're very comfortable with the compatibility of this project with the surrounding neighborhoods as well as the surrounding agricultural zones. In terms of the density, we looked at the density of the surrounding neighborhoods with the Olson South Chandler project. Let me get a regional map up here. Here, this is probably a good one here. So basically, we calculated that this existing Meadowlarks Farm neighborhood area was in the 3 units per acre general density. That's about what this is if you take out the apartment units. So, and clearly we have the single family residential against the single family residential. So this is very compatible here. The only reason this area ends up being a little higher density than the area to the north is because we're providing the additional multifamily, which is consistent with our objectives of providing more affordable housing types. And that's actually been a problem historically with our single family neighborhoods, is they didn't really serve all the housing needs of the community. So I think this project actually is an improvement over how potentially older projects were, and that we have a better mix of rental units within the project area. And then in terms of compatibility with the ag zones, the rural county zones, being able to provide that buffer with the PG&E easement works very well. So we're very comfortable with that as a recommendation.
Okay, thank you. And the only other question I had is on page 461 of the report, section 5, findings for recommended approval for housing element amendment. Sections A and B, subpoints A and B there, talk about how this will be consistent in part with the general housing element. And it uses that in part phrase with both of those, A and B. What parts is it not consistent with?
As amended, as proposed, it will be consistent with the entire housing element is our understanding.
And And is that related back to the housing element that's in draft form right now?
Well, right now, it's being judged against the existing housing element, the 2014 housing element. We will, and the proposal is to amend that element so they're consistent, the specific plan and the 2014 housing element. We are in the process of updating and adopting a 2019 housing element that will be adopted by the end of the year. So although we're updating the 2014 housing element right now, it's only got about 6 months more before it's replaced. The new housing element will incorporate this proposed project in whatever its final form into the new housing element as well.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Madam Chair, for now.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Davis, questions on the general plan?
I have none, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Neal?
Just a couple of comments. I think the 911 dwelling units is appropriate for this site. I give credit to my fellow Commissioner Kogler, for giving some credence to the neo-traditional portion of this. I'm not sure I see it, but there you go. That's it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Castillo?
I have no questions at this point.
All right, Commissioner Christensen?
Thank you. Commissioner Kogler raised the questions that I had, and I think that they were answered to satisfy me at this point in time. Thank you.
All right, very good. Commissioner Gibson?
I would like to follow up on Commissioner Kogler's question, maybe in a little more depth. I'm concerned about the RENA allocation, and there was reference in this in these documents saying that there was other places in the city where it was more appropriate, and the city had plans to fulfill their RENA obligations, but I have not yet seen any information that would actually confirm that, and that's tied in with this property, especially after or hearing confirmation from the one caller that called in that was asking about people that are making $15, $16, $18 an hour, where they're going to live. And maybe staff could provide some more information about what the plans are. If it's not here, then where, and assure that the statements that's saying that this project doesn't need to fully fulfill those because there's more appropriate places in the city, maybe they could respond to those comments as well.
Yes, certainly. So we have a draft of the 2019 housing element prepared at this point. It's actually available to the public on the website. It will be reviewed by a joint session of the City Council and the Planning Commission next Tuesday. That report does demonstrate that we have adequate sites throughout the community to meet our new regional housing need allocation, or RENA. That number is about 1,500 units, and we have demonstrated through the draft that we have those. That does include the 100 units for this project. Where those additional sites are for units, those include a number of sites in the Uptown Town Center specific plan area. There's a number of underutilized and vacant sites that can be used for higher, more compact, affordable housing development. We also have a program to allow new multifamily units within existing shopping centers. We have a couple underutilized commercial pads within shopping centers on the east side of town that basically have utilities. They're graded, they're ready to go, but there is no commercial demand for those sites. So we believe that there's another couple hundred units that can be accommodated there. We have the ADU program citywide and steps to encourage more ADU production. And we have a number of multifamily residential apartment sites throughout the community that are either in process or could could be entitled in the near future. So the combination of all those together will allow the city to actually fairly easily meet our regional housing need allocation. But we'll be able to discuss that in complete detail next Tuesday with the council and the commission.
All right, thank you. That answers my questions.
All right, and I don't have any additional questions on the general plan. I'm suggesting that we keep going with questions through each of these resolutions, and then we'll come back and have discussion afterwards. So Resolution C is recommending approval to the City Council of the Zoning Code Amendment 19-01. So let's start again. Commissioner Kogler regarding the zoning code.
No questions on this topic, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis?
No questions.
Commissioner Neal?
No questions.
Commissioner Castillo?
I have one question, and it may not be particular to this specific resolution, so correct me if I'm wrong, but on the property itself as a whole, I noticed that there's a portion that is not part of the development, and I believe that's the Green Acres home. I believe it's a little bit over 2-point-something acres. Is that part of the actual zoning piece particularly, or is it something else?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Commissioner Castillo, because that is kind of a unique feature here. That historic house is shown on this parcel here. They weren't actually part of the original specific plan application, but like I said, this site was all zoned for single family. So they have an existing designation of single family residential, 3 units to the acre. We believe that would entitle them to approximately 4 to 5 units in the future. They would have to go through the same process as any other development in this area, where they would process a tentative map before they'd be able to realize that entitlement. That house potentially also has some historic value that would have to be analyzed in terms of that process.
Okay, thank you. And then also with that specific property in mind, when the developer looked at this property as a whole, I'm assuming the owner of that property didn't want to sell off, because it's very unique in the sense of the shape of the acreage and how we kind of the Beechwood property encompasses the whole thing. Did they not want to sell to the developer or be a part of this, or is it just a matter of it wasn't desirable, or I guess I'm just kind of confused where that lies.
So I'll refer that to the applicant to answer that.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is a little bit of an outlier, if you will. The property, as you know, is composed of multiple ownerships, and the Herods did approach this family at some time in the past. Let's remember that the Herods have owned the land for quite a while too. And there was no interest on that party's part to participate in the project at all. And if you've noticed, there is a for sale sign on it. I don't know if it's sold recently, but I don't think that it has. One aspect of it, not directly related to your question, but since they're not a participant and we are required to improve Creston Road, I've approached them to speak to them about offering the right-of-way in return for us making the improvements. Now, that's a big advantage for someone. We'll be dealing with that as we go forward, but at this point, efforts were made and no response was favorable.
Okay, thank you. On that specific note, I have a couple follow-up questions with that, and then sorry to be on this specific property. I know they have not sold, by the way, and I know that they're selling, and for a pretty low price considering the acreage. The surrounding property line, for the developer themselves, what exactly are you guys looking at for property line boundaries and or fence line? Like what do you believe in having? I don't believe I saw it, and if I did or if I didn't see it, please let me know where. But I'm not seeing any kind of, what is the barrier between that property as far as a fence line goes, and the Beechwood project? What's that going to look like?
We anticipate that we're going to have a standard fencing style throughout the project. And so the perimeter boundary on the north side of that site is a road right-of-way. So it will be landscaped with a wall along their back of their property. It'll be between essentially the road itself and the property. There'll be a little landscaping strip. On either side, east and west, again, standard typical fencing for the project itself. So we'll have the continuity that we have of style and design of the subdivision surrounding that parcel. Does that help?
That very much helps. Thank you, Dan. And then also with the level of development that goes around that property when the building does start to come about, is there any mitigation in place already in mind for dust control or anything like that for that property? Because it is a very unique space, and there's I want to say 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe potentially 10 homes surrounding it as far as development goes. What's the plan there?
Well, there are a number of mitigations for dust control in the EIR that we must follow for the whole project. So there will be measures in place, watering, wind. You have to consider those things when we're working adjacent to those properties. And of course, as any good neighbor, we'll be talking with the inhabitants of that facility and talk to them about what our schedule is, what they need, what are their hours, when is it more favorable for them than it isn't. So we'll be a good neighbor to make sure that we consider their environment.
Awesome. And thank you, Dan, for that. And also thank you so much for your comments and answers to my questions earlier in the week about community outreach that you did before this project as a whole over the past few years. Madam Chair, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Christensen.
I have no questions at this time.
Okay, and Commissioner Gibson regarding zone.
I have no questions at this time either.
All right, and I do not have any on this subject either. So a number of commissioners spoke about the needing to have a lot of questions on the specific plan. And so here we are. I think this will be our major conversation of the evening, I suspect. So this is regarding questions regarding Resolution D, recommending approval to the City Council of adoption of specific plan 19-01. So we'll go the same way. And Commissioner Kugler, if you'd like to start.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just added one to my list with the graphic that's on the screen that I'd like to touch on first. This exception parcel that we were just talking about, does it have access to the new street that's being constructed on the north side? Or is there some kind of reserve strip that keeps them from having legal access to that street?
So when the small lot tentative map comes through for this project, that street will be established at that point. It's envisioned that that street would provide access to this parcel, so there wouldn't be any sort of restriction on access recorded there. That's the purpose of that local street.
Okay, great, thank you. So running through some of my comments, this one focuses largely on page 519. But I'd like to discuss the mixed-use -24 area a bit that's shown on the plan. It's my understanding of that there are no residential units assigned to this area at the moment, but there could be, depending on how units are moved around on the site. So that perhaps it's mixed use, perhaps it's vertical mixed use, but perhaps it's pure commercial. Is there a scenario, first of all, that would say if the commercial isn't feasible, that could be multifamily residential?
So right now, it's designated neighborhood commercial, mixed uses and overlay. So that would require some combination of commercial and residential. Whatever that combination is will be determined with the development plan process. If the desire is to convert it to strictly residential, that would require a specific plan amendment to go along with that development plan.
Okay, so it could be a mixed use, but it could not be pure residential unless there's further action that occurs.
Correct.
Okay, if it's a commercial property, I have a question, I guess, Warren, about the specificity of the specific plan, and is it kind of doctrine, so to speak? In a couple of places, they discuss uses for that, and they talk about things. Well, first of all, the general categorization is that this is neighborhood serving commercial. But the uses that are referenced, I think, go beyond that, including wine tasting rooms, secondhand merchandise stores, bed and breakfast, private bus stations, whatever that even is. And then there are some CUP options, too, for things that are potentially even more significant in scale. Appliance and home furnishing stores, pet stores, furniture stores, those kinds of things. Seems to me to be a very broad range of uses that don't necessarily fall under that neighborhood serving banner. And so I am curious, does the specific plan upon its approval as a part of this resolution establish that palette of uses, or does that occur as a result of the smaller area plans that are going to come back before the DRC and the Planning Commission?
So the use restrictions and allowances are part of the specific plan. The development plans don't deal with use. They'll have to comply with whatever the allowed or conditionally allowed uses are. So if there's concerns with those lists, those need to be addressed as part of the specific plan.
Okay. Well, just kind of my editorial comment was the one that I offered, that it feels like too broad of a palette of uses, and I can certainly see some neighborhood serving commercial there, frontage on a major roadway and so forth, but going to a larger scale commercial as a node there would seem inappropriate, and I would even question the hospitality uses and their conflict with downtown and other areas in the community for a certain market segment. But kind of an editorial comment. I'll see if there's any other support among other commissioners. On page 526, there is the discussion, and this was brought up in the applicant's presentation as well, of there's a chart that shows the accessory permitted use building types, I should say, and it lists, for example, accessory dwelling units, the ADUs, and shows a dot that those are allowed in the residential multifamily -14 areas. The sentence that occurs on the next page limits those uses only to single family, and your comment about the state rules seem to limit it just to single family detached neighborhoods as well. I'm wondering if that dot is misplaced, or if indeed the intent is to allow ADUs in residential multiple districts as well as single family districts. And if that's the case, there's conflicting language in the specific plan.
So because the residential multifamily 14 really is kind of a flex zone, it can be either single family or multifamily. Accessory dwelling units would be appropriate in both, depending on what the final product type that's actually built there is.
So if the product type is something approaching more of a quad unit or a townhome or something, would an ADU be allowed?
Well, the state rules are very permissive, so it quite possibly could be allowed. I think in the Olson specific plan, we actually ended up with ADUs as a potential in the attached townhouse product. So I would guess yes.
Okay. Then again, I would state 2 more pages into this on 520. It states that ADUs are single residential units on a single family house lot containing no more than 1 single family residence. So it's single family, and that, again, the multifamily thing seems to be out of sequence with that. Page 530 and 531, there's some kind of guideline information relative to the cottage court and the townhome units, and the the site plan diagrams that are there seemingly depict a unit configuration that probably does a pretty good job meeting the parking requirements of the residents that are there, but it does not seem to adequately address the visitor parking. And I'm curious if there could be something added there that indicates that where those are located in this project, there needs to be on-street parking as well to serve those uses, and maybe that happens.
Can you clarify which page you're looking at again?
I'm on page 530. 530,
okay.
Which is the cottage court example site plans, and 531, which is the townhome ones. My only concern there was, and we talked about this with some of the Olson South Chandler development too, that configuration of houses in there, creates areas where it's more challenging to have enough guest parking without conflicting with other people. And that could easily be accommodated on adjacent streets that have on-street parking. And my only comment was, maybe there's a bullet point that's added just indicates that the locational criteria for those would be on streets that have on-street parking.
Okay.
My next comment is brief. It's on page 545. I would suggest that the alternative community park thumbnail sketch there be omitted from the specific area plan. It creates a much smaller park there, and it's also very inconsistent with language that occurs throughout these resolutions, really, including in the development contract. So I don't know, I think I understand why that was there originally, but it seems to me to be something that's not being supported by any other aspect of the project. So to alleviate any confusion since this is an adopted plan, I would remove that thumbnail sketch.
Commissioner Kogler, what page were you on for that again?
I am on page 545. There's a little thumbnail of an alternative community park. It's not referenced in text anywhere else, and I only learned really what it was by talking to staff the other day. And it seems to be an option that really isn't being advocated in this plan, and I wouldn't like to see it in there.
So can you walk us through exactly what you're looking at again?
Yes, I am looking in the Planning Commission agenda, item number 1, page 545 of 817. Okay. Lower right corner is the alternative community park concept, which is pixelated in the graphic.
Okay, I got it.
Looks to be a park that's about 6 acres instead of 8 acres, and I would like to see that removed here because there's nothing else that supports that anywhere in this document. Any other question on that, or should I continue? Shall I move on?
Are you clear on that?
Staff's clear.
Okay, thank you.
And please.
Next comment I have is on page 549, which is the depiction of the entry monument sign. And again, it goes somewhat to the technicalities of once the specific plan is adopted, the information in here is intended to drive certain things. One would be the design of that sign. I guess my own opinion is that the city should really be the ones controlling the design of that sign. What they've pictured there is certainly seemingly appropriate because it's compatible in appearance to some of the other gateway signs throughout the city. But to have the project stipulate that it's a 32 square foot, 6 foot sign and looks like this, I think goes further than it should. And I think that should be under the city's discretion. So I don't know if that's removed as a specific or it's just the monument sign notes are taken out. But it feels like the responsibility for that sign is more appropriately placed with the city rather than a developer in this case. And I will, in the interest of everybody's time, I will move on unless somebody stops me.
Keep going.
I had a question about the diagonal on-street parking, and if the graphic could be put up that was up before that showed the school and showed the adjacent cul-de-sac that we were talking about with the lighting and the traffic, it would be helpful. Thank you. That's it. I have seen reverse backup diagonal parking in a number of communities throughout the country, and I've seen people struggle with it. And there's a lot of it along here. And if you look at what's on Ridge Road, it's pull-in front forward diagonal parking, and then you go around the corner and it's back-in parking. And I understand potentially the safety advantages, although I don't think people are always terribly adept or comfortable with backing into a parking stall. My question is one of, should this fail to work well, from an engineering perspective, would the city allow that striping to swing around and become a front-end loaded pull-in parking space, realizing that that sets up a situation where people have to back into Beechwood, which is going to have some fairly significant traffic from time to time. But if it doesn't work very well in the field, since it was billed as being a little bit experimental, is there an alternative that you could still use that for off-street parking with a diagonal head-in? Maybe I would ask that of Mr. Athey.
Yeah, so this is David Athey, city engineer. That could be switched to head-in diagonal parking if it didn't work out or there was a large problem with it. There would be some spots lost if that happens, though.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't an overriding concern about vehicles backing into Beechwood and causing disruption and potentially minor accident sources.
So, and this is Dick McKinley from Public Works, and you know, this works all over the country, and it is much safer for pedestrians and bicyclists because you can see what you're doing when you pull out of the space, and you can see if you're clear when you back into the space. So it may be experimental in Paso Robles, but it's certainly not experimental.
I realize that too, Dick. And what I've seen, though, in practicality is that you mentioned back-in parking, you mentioned roundabouts, and those things raise people's eyebrows, and there's a less of a comfort level with that takes some time to get used to. I just wanted to make sure there's a future fix if that was ever needed, and that I'm satisfied there would be. I would ask in general, are the roadway sections that are shown for particularly the local streets consistent with city standards? In some cases, there's a pair of 10-foot lanes. There's a 7-foot parking area, so we've got essentially 34 feet face-to-face that would allow parking on both sides and movement on 2 lanes. Is that consistent with city standards?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. And then kind of related to that a bit, the responsibility of maintaining sidewalks, pathways, streets is depicted in the graphics that are in the specific plan. And what that does is it allocates certain responsibilities for maintenance to the city, some to the homeowners association. And what I noticed is that some of the city maintained sidewalks and pathways are not on public streets, they're on HOA streets. And in one case, they even slip through a green space area where there is no immediate street abutting it. Is that a precedent for the city to do that? Or are there other areas in the community right now where the city is maintaining sidewalks, boulevards, and those kind of things where the street is actually privately maintained?
Hi, Commissioner Kogler. Thanks for your patience there. So the in-tract sidewalks that you're referring to on a non-city right-of-way would be maintained actually by the CFD, which is supported by the project. And then so does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think it does. So there would be a private contractor who would do that work.
That's correct.
Paid for by the CFD. Gotcha. Okay. Just curious as to how that responsibility for maintenance would take place. There is reference on page 593 to the organization and formation of the Master Homeowners Association, the sub-associations, being under the review of the California Department of Real Estate. And I'm not familiar with that entity. Does the city have a review authority when it comes to those documents and what they actually spell out as well?
We have oversight of those documents. We typically review them when they come in for final map to ensure they're consistent with the conditions of the project.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good news, my last comment. Page 603, which is in the implementation area of the specific plan, talks about the community park needing to be constructed prior to the occupancy of the 500th unit. And in the developer's presentation, there was a discussion about obviously they're striving to build that park when it's needed and when the funding is essentially available to do that. And I have a little bit of a concern that the 500th unit is not necessarily the intersection of those 2 points, when it's needed and when the funding. When the 500th unit is built, about 55% of the units will be constructed, and there could be 1,300 new residents there. And it seems like, to me, that park is needed earlier in the project. I realize that may run counter to an ideal funding mechanism, but the earlier construction of that park seemingly would also be a marketing plus for anybody selling lots and promoting development in that area. So I'm curious about the ability of the city to require that to happen earlier in the project rather than more than halfway through.
So in terms of the timing of the park, that is part of the development agreement that's been negotiated to date on that. So there's financing and other triggers of the project that have been built into that. So I think our attorney, Matt Summers, is on the line. Matt, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, briefly, a couple of comments, commissioners. On this one, we are working with the developer to put together a more specific proposal for the timing of the community park. As you see on the screen in table 610, it was originally thought as the 500th unit. That was revised to the 523rd unit, matching a particular component in phasing. But we are still working through where that timing trigger is, and it ties to both financing as to when there will be enough collected fees to support the first part of the project costs, but also not putting it too late so that construction costs become too unpredictable and that we don't have security as to assure this commission, the council, the public, and the community that the community park is built at the level of amenities that are required. So the question you've identified is the question on the table. I don't have an answer at this moment, but we are negotiating that final answer for City Council's review and approval. And we expect to sort through what that timing would be in negotiations with the developers. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I can certainly appreciate that answer from a practical standpoint, but I would just kind of, again, as an editorial comment, encourage the legal counsel for the city and the other entities to try to move that up in the context of the project schedule as much as possible, because I think that'll be a needed improvement earlier than a 50% development rate within the overall project. So that concludes my questions on the specific plan. I thank you for your answers and your patience.
Thank you, Commissioner Kogler. Commissioner Davis?
I'd like to follow up on the comment on the community park. I would like to echo Commissioner Kogler's comment. When Mr. Lloyd was presenting the timeline on that, I almost unmuted and said, it's needed now. I think it's a real selling point, not just for the development, but to our community. And so I'd like to express encouragement to move in that direction. I would not want to delay it that far out. That's my personal opinion. I do have a question. I should say, I've heard two of our planning professionals say that the reverse parking works, but I just don't see it for Paso Robles, and I know we're reluctant to change. But if there's a big SUV parking, next to the soccer field, I can't envision. If you could show that image again, I can't envision coming in from Creston, turning left on Beechwood, and wanting to park right there on Beechwood, but having to do a little U and then backing. I don't know how to approach that safely. I'm pleased to hear that it can be reversed if it doesn't work, but I'm a little suspect as to it working in that area. And I did hear the comment, I can't remember which of the two, we only had two people calling in on public comment how much traffic there is on Beechwood. I'm very concerned about the safety, especially as you get closer to the school. I know we have the nice crosswalks there, but that reverse parking is of concern to me. And shall I continue or?
Yes. Continue on specific plan comments.
Okay.
Questions, I should say.
Questions. Okay.
Questions.
All right. Is there a visual? I'd like to see some kind of topography that gives a perspective of what we'll see as we're driving through the development or as we're driving on Meadowlark and looking to the right. I'm trying to visualize. There's a pretty sizable knoll there, and if there's a retaining wall, I'm trying to visualize what it would look like. And even if there's a visual of the slope, can someone show me that and explain the slope and the grading, et cetera? What are we going to see? What kind of height are we going to see as we're driving through and around the community? Kind of an artist rendering. Okay.
So the applicant can kind of explain this rendering. I think that this is that situation you're talking about.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for the question. This was one of our really kind of sticking points because, number one, we wanted to retain the trees and because they're very stately and they're in excellent health. What you'll notice about the two big trees is that the wall that you're seeing, the design wall, is at existing grade now. And what is happening as you go from the right tree to the left tree, you can see that slope. And that slope today continues down to where the curb line is in this illustration. And to give you a better vantage point, when you drive down that road today, the edge of the pavement is just about exactly within a foot of where the future curb is going to be. So what we're doing is we've already talked to the arborist about this too, and we've come up with a solution, which is that short retaining wall will basically intercept an existing slope, and that is a very accurate representation of what it's going to look like when it's done. So behind the trees on the right, you have existing grade. And yes, it is a knoll, clearly a knoll. And the retaining wall will just be necessary in and around that area adjacent to the tree. And we're told if we use the right techniques with the arborist that we'll be able to save the trees and provide the 8-foot, or in this case, it's a 10-foot multi-use path. So talk to me.
And how about within the development? How about within, do you have any graphics to show what I'm going to see within the development, or is that just?
Graphics, explain that to me.
You know, as I'm driving through, what it would look like inside the development.
Oh, that's going to be the backyards of, inside the development or of that development?
Yeah, from within it.
Okay, on this example here, this is the extension of Oriole Way, and it runs sort of west-northwest. And on the left-hand side of that, you see the wetland area that we are protecting, where the person is walking. That's a wetland feature that comes from Ridge Road all the way through, and then where the road starts to turn to the right, you can see beyond that, you see another retaining wall. That is a large wetland area. And so that's going to be a really key feature because on the left-hand side, just outside of where the person in the car is, that's a hillside that goes up. It's an oak woodland up there. And so all that's open. So it's going to have a very open and gracious feel. And then on the right-hand side, we have the medium-density residential, which would likely be a condominium-style project of high-quality architecture. The row of trees behind those units on the right is essentially the tree line on Meadowlark. And it's going up, as you can see, towards those big trees that we were just talking about. So that's does that help?
Yeah, and would you say what is the extent of grading within the project?
Well, we've got a cut of 540,000 cubic yards, and then we're going to place that within the project as well. If you look at it numerically, that's about 1.5 feet across the site. So we have some areas that have bigger cuts and some fills because of the past poor grading. If you look up in this exhibit you're seeing here,
yes.
you see the dark blue on Meadowlark. Keep going. You're going the wrong way. The dark blue area, that's sort of near where the trees are just to the left of that. And so what we end up doing is we've got the blue is cut or fill, probably fill, right? Yeah, we're going to be filling in that area because of some past grading that was, nobody was watching, it got graded. And then you can see where the red areas are. You can see we have some knoll areas like on this cut over on the right-hand side, that orange and yellow. That's like a knoll area on a sloping site. And I was looking to the right of that where you were, Warren. So we're trying to essentially level out some areas where we have some topographic anomalies, particularly on the left-hand side. That's a big cut, and will be, well, it's not even really shown really well, but that's, if you look at it, most of it's green, which means we're doing very little grading, but there are some existing topographic spheres, 0 to 5 feet in those green areas.
All right, thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. A question to staff. Oh, I just lost it here. I have so many pages here in front of me, I can't quite find what I need. You might have to come back to me. Well, it's about was a comment in one of the written comments sent in about the composition of the trails. Is it all concrete, or what are the materials, the combination materials in the trails?
Well, the materials we're looking for the perimeter is asphalt, just like you have over on Charlet Road. Inside the subdivision where we have what we call an enhanced trail, it's concrete, and it is 8 feet wide. So the ones that traverse inside the subdivision, except for Ridge Road, those will be concrete. And it's because it's part of the street furniture. On the other ones, they are removed from the street, and it gives us a better chance to undulate them and deal with less formal use.
Yeah, I think it was a run who thought it was easier on their body just to run on something that wasn't actually concrete or asphalt. Let me ask, Thank you, Dan. I'm going to ask this as staff. Regarding the visual you have up there is fine right now, the Airport Road PG&E easement. That's within the project, right, Warren?
Yeah, so the PG&E easement and ownership area, they're two separate conditions there, but they're both within the specific plan area. They're both going to remain as open ag land.
Then here's my question. What assurance does the city, the developer, and ultimately a homeowner have that there will be removal of tall grasses? Who's maintaining that to reduce the fuel load?
Maybe I can answer that question for you. The extension of Ridge Road, you can see the PG&E easement has a line across it. It's separated, right?
Yes.
North of that line, it's part of Area F and would be maintained by the Homeowners Association, even though it is part of PG&E's easement, and they would have responsibility, generally speaking. But we have the ability to, again, it's mostly for fire control. That would be part of an HOA function as well, where it says PG&E easement on that top area right there, because it is still private property that is owned by the owners of that particular project, or it'll end up being probably designated open space, in which case either our HOA or PG&E would do it, but in the case that PG&E doesn't do a good job, we'll be doing it. The area south of the PG&E property we have a road that goes up against that, so we don't have any structures adjacent to the road. So the open space that's owned by PG&E, again, we might end up having to do something if they don't take care of it. But right now, they're grazing it. And as you well know, PG&E is extremely concerned and conscious about fire control after the last couple of years.
Sure, that's kind of where I was coming from. But the grazing actually does help you.
Yeah, grazing's not always assured, I guess you could say.
Yes, exactly. Okay, that's all I have for right now. Thank you, Dan.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Neal.
Yeah, I just would like to, a couple of comments mostly, and then one question. I'd like to compliment the developers on the fact that we're only losing 18 oak trees on this whole project, and 14 of those 18 are actually of poor quality. So I think that is a great plus for this project.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then I too have a question regarding the 500 unit and the park. I believe, and I agree with Commissioner Kogler and Davis, that should probably be moved up. And I know I'm skipping ahead, but if when we get to the development agreement, if I could figure out where that is in the development agreement, that would be huge. I did notice that 3.11.2.1 has park design, but I couldn't find a trigger in the development agreement for when the park was built. Moving on to the appendix, architectural style guide. I am not sure that this is in any way enforceable. I think that the style guide is internally inconsistent in several places. If we look at the farmhouse on page 606 of page 606, it says, first off, low-pitched roof line with gable tip shed or simple single primary roof. I think if we look at both of those examples, neither of those are low-pitched. I think low-pitched is somewhere around a 3 and 12, and I think we are looking at a 12 and 12 and maybe an 8 and 12. If we move on down to the Mediterranean, shallow slope roof with Roman or mission tile laid irregularly. If you look at the photo on the right, it actually has a standing seam metal roof. So if we move on to the Spanish style, it says wood casement windows, which I probably would ask if I were the developer to take that out, because that would be incredibly expensive. But wood casement and defined double hung windows. The photo on the left is definitely not a double hung window. So I'm just concerned that based on the examples and based on the verbiage, that staff will have no way of enforcing these particular style guides. So that is, I ask of staff, do they think they can, based on what is shown, enforce these style guides?
So I think in these cases, these guidelines are going to be interpreted by the commission and the DRC. So we have an echo out there. So
yes, there's a bad echo.
Very bad.
Can somebody mute? Okay, I think it went away. So application of these guidelines happen by the DRC and the commission as we go back through the development review process. Where there's a conflict potentially between the text and what's potentially shown in the picture, from staff's perspective, the text is more specific. The text would prevail over a potential image that's a little less specific or maybe contradicts the text. So I think that would generally be the interpretation where we have that. I think it would be better to fix the pictures though so they match the text. That would be the ideal situation.
And that's it for me, Madam Chair.
We can barely hear you there, Joel.
That was it for me.
Commissioner Castillo, questions on the specific plan?
The only thing I have is a question for Dan, and maybe there's an illustration that can kind of help me out on this. The water pressure booster station that's located near the PG&E ownership. Is there any kind of aesthetic or visual that you can show me on what that looks like?
Very good question. Number one, the location is it's premeditated because that ends up being an area that's, on the other side of a road that goes into Area F. So the location is good. We have at this point, no architectural guidelines for that. However, this is going to be a city facility. The city will have control over what we provide and how we design these. The function prevails. That is, it's got to house the pumping facility. They need to have access to it. So if I was to suggest something, we would be looking at something that would have more of a farm or ranch style as opposed to let's say Spanish colonial or something, because the city is going to be maintaining it. They want it to be clean and easy to construct. And there are a lot of barn styles that are kind of popular these days for these semi-industrial functions. So you would have a chance to review that because the city is going to be the ultimate owner. So we're really technically building it for the city. We could add a comment about the architectural style without any hesitation.
Okay, wonderful. And then as far as the lot that's near that water pressure booster station, do we know what the architecture design is going to be in that specific area? Is it going to be more of the Spanish style, or is there a certain idea already in place for that lot right next door? Because I know there's one right next door, one right across the street. So I'm just wondering if it should just mirror that, or is it going to be just covered by shrubbery and tree life?
Well, if I understand you correctly, right to the left-hand side of the blue dot and then running south, that kind of a triangular piece, that is part of the Herod ownership, and they would be designing something that would be either one of the vernaculars that are appropriate, but you would have review authority over what that looks like. There'll be a landscaping on the east side of Airport Road as you approach Ridge Road. Access to that parcel will come from the extension of Ridge Road to the east of Airport Road. Over on the other side, that's part of the subdivision that Jay Hubner owns, and I don't see, do you have the illustration plan of that? The site plan illustration? The illustrated site plan? Yeah, there's some units that go right up against there too. So that pumping station will be sandwiched between two residential developments. So it's going to need to look attractive. Now, I think you had another question though.
No, that actually that's perfect. That's exactly what he needed to hear.
Thank you, sir.
Dan.
Commissioner Christensen.
Yes, thank you. I think I'd like to start with referencing back to the accessory dwelling units and street, local roadway parking and access. And I know I may have missed part of this in the Olson Beechwood, but I'm really concerned with the fact that we're doing 911 units and then we're promoting an additional 53 right out of the gate. And on those parcels, obviously, I know the state and what their rulings are and what they allow for and what we're not forced to enforce, basically, when it comes to parking. But I notice even on site, there's not really much room, and I think we have to be imaginative to guess where these cars are going to go. So I'm concerned with the parking, the street parking that's going to end up taking place, and I'm sure other owners, as they buy their homes in these areas and they decide to put an ADU, that's only going to increase the problem. And I think that we would be very smart to try and mitigate that ahead of time, or allow for some additional width in street parking there, especially on the interior roads, maybe bump out areas or something. I'm not sure exactly what it would be, but I'm looking to the applicants to kind of maybe come up with some ideas. I think that in a normal situation, a homeowner would buy a house and then they would put an ADU if they so chose. In this case, we're promoting more ADUs as part of more housing in a development specific plan. And that concerns me because we are talking about an increased density in traffic. And I have to think that those people living in those ADUs are going to be driving. They might bicycle somewhere, but more than likely they're going to have a vehicle. And that's going to just impact those neighborhoods further. So that being said, maybe, Dan, you've got some ideas on that. Maybe you guys can come up with some ideas on that. But that truly is a concern for me, because I think it takes away from the integrity of a neighborhood when you have so much street parking that it just, and I think we've all seen it, and we've seen it in other areas around town. And I think that it just really detracts from the quality of a neighborhood. That being said, there are some things that can be done through the HOAs, which I'm sure maybe that you guys have already thought of. And that kind of leads me to my next question about the HOAs. So I don't know if you want to answer that one first.
Yes, I would. Let me take a stab at that, Ty.
Yeah, go ahead.
A very real issue. Parking is always an issue. Now let's start with the basic idea that ADUs also provide good mother-in-law housing or multi-generational living, so that sometimes there's a percentage of those people who are really not going to be driving. So that being said, the use of ADUs works really well when you have an alley-loaded product, because you can have parking in the front, you could actually have access from the front to a garage, but then on the alley, you have your ADU, you can park under the ADU or adjacent to the ADU, and that's one way to take care of that. Also on corner lots, ADUs can be used because you can have your regular driveway access for your primary use unit on one street frontage, and then on the other street frontage, you have the ADU. So, access and driveway. So here's the good news. Each development area, I believe we've sent this someplace, I just can't point to it, Warren, where I believe each development area we've apportioned out the ADU units to each development area. You might look at a zoning map. It might give us a little bit better handle on that. Each development area I think is going to be required to have about 6 to 8 units of ADUs. So that's somewhat low density. If you think about 50 units over 900 units, or even discount the multifamily, take 100 out of that, you got 50 over 800 units. It's probably not going to be that significant a problem. So it is going to be a site planning concept. So we will, in each one of these specific development areas, the development plan that will come through will have those identified. Now, the thing that we can't govern or gauge at this point is, what is the demand going to be for ADUs? And I will say that everybody I talk to who has bought a unit with an ADU, they really kind of like it. And guess who's staying there? Their child when they're going to community college or they're working somewhere else. So it doesn't get rid of the parking issue, but it does talk about, how these things are used. So we're going to have to put our thinking cap on as each development comes to fruition.
Well, I would agree with that, Dan, and I do appreciate that. You pointed out the alley loaded design. I agree wholeheartedly with that. That is always beneficial. In that case, I think we can use the example of the west side of Paso. There's lots of homes that have that ability as well. So I would agree, and I'm heartened to hear that you're taking that into account for each development area and spreading them out. Yes, I agree that we don't know where it's going to go, and so that's why I was saying that I really want to make sure that we're taking into account the factor of parking, and I do think that there will be a lot more automobiles because of it, but that's something we don't have a lot of control over. But I'm glad to hear you guys are going to take that into account in the development of each area. That leads, to another question that I had. Well, let me talk about the parking, the back-end parking. I have to agree that although it sounds very forward-thinking and I like the concept ideally, I have to be honest with you, it frightens me to death to think if I was going to back in my F-250 into one of those small narrow spots coming in off of that street, and I would be holding up traffic. I mean, I'm pretty good at backing that thing up, but I'm just saying, we have a lot of SUVs in this area, a lot of larger vehicles, and I know how tight those spots can be. I know they're to code, but they are very narrow. And I just have to agree with a couple of other commissioners. I'm not sure I like that back-end design, especially off of that particular street. So that's my 2 cents on that. I'm not really a fan of that. I think that people would be much more accustomed to pulling in, and it would be less cumbersome than backing in. Although I understand the safety, ideas behind that, my opinion is that is not something that's going to work well for that location. Moving on then, and you can address that if you want in a minute, but Dan, how many HOAs do you actually anticipate, sub-HOAs, let's specify, do you anticipate having?
Perhaps 2. I'm thinking of area C1 at the map that you're looking on. You see area C1 at the top?
Yes.
That's where we had the illustration, where I had the the wetland area on the left-hand side. That would be on the bottom of that diagonal line at the bottom of C1. That likely, again, a condominium project, that would have its, with condominiums, you have exterior upkeep. That wouldn't want to be burdened to all of the single-family home people. Area F, that's the Huebner parcel, that might have an HOA. But when you get into the area J3 or or I2, where you have the higher density, those are apartments. I don't think we won't have an HOA there because that's going to be maintained as an apartment facility and maintenance is handled as part of your rent. So that's what come to mind initially, is those 2 areas. C1 perhaps for sure, I'm thinking, if we're going to have one, and then area F, I can't speak for Jay how he wants to handle that, but that would be 2 as far as I see so far. And the reason why I bring that up, Ty, and it's a good question, the whole project is, all of the development areas are responsible for all of that common area that would be the exterior walls around the project, the streetscape, landscaping. So you want continuity and consistency in there. So there doesn't really become much of a need for it, except for something like a C1 where it's a little island with its own medium density. J2 perhaps, that might have something. So not many, but you know how HOAs are.
Well, and I do, yes. I avoid them if possible. The reason I ask is I agree there needs to be continuity, and I like the concept behind that. And maybe this is just kind of going beyond that just a little bit more, but the HOAs, I agree there needs to be a continuity there, and that helps make that happen. I guess what I was, that kind of leads a little bit to my next question, I guess. Where would those, when it comes to the affordable housing, the affordable units that are deed restricted, would those fall within an area or an arena that has an HOA other than the master HOA, or are they even under the master HOA?
They would be handled by the master HOA for the streetscape inside those areas like I-2 and J3. Those are going to be contained by one owner or an ownership group. They take care of all the grounds. Remember, they're likely to have recreation facilities for people. They might have common rec areas as well. But again, it's one owner, not multiple owners. So they won't have an HOA.
Right. Okay. So in that regard, with the master HOA, and maybe this is a question for staff, I know we're going to have a CFD, and the other question is, does that include a landscape and lighting district within those neighborhoods?
No, the CFD plus the HOA will assume all the functions, and there won't be a need for a landscaping and lighting district.
Thank you. Dan, and I'm jumping a little bit ahead here, but I guess to follow up on the HOA, since we're talking about that topic, have you guys got any estimates on what you think the master HOA and any or of the other sub HOAs are looking like to cost monthly?
You know, we have some projected costs. I could defer to John Zimmerman to see how we've looked at that, because we have had to anticipate it. John, are you still available? I'm thinking he is, but he's in Wyoming right now. So,
well, we can jump back to him. I know we can get to it later. We were going to talk a little bit about that later on, and I didn't mean to jump too far ahead.
I'll text him.
Okay, and that, because that's going to culminate into some of my questions in regards to cost, the CFD, and the HOA. So let's see. In regards to the specific plan, I think that's it for my questions right now, Madam Chairwoman. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on Commissioner Christensen's train of thought. So just to make sure that I'm understanding some of this. So, and he referred it to as the master HOA. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. So in the resolution, it identifies that there will be an HOA formed that I guess we could refer to as the master HOA, and identifies on figure 6.4 the items that it's that HOA is responsible for, correct?
Which area was that?
So
again?
can you
J4?
refer us to a specific page just so everybody can look at it?
Sure. On page 492, which is the resolution. And then on figures, it refers to figure 6.4, which is on page 590. Okay, so my understanding of this is that the HOA, or as what Ty was referring to as a master HOA, the items on this list where it says maintenance responsibility HOA, that's what that provision in the resolution is referring to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then earlier on, we had a conversation about a community facilities district, or CFD. And my understanding is the purpose of the CFD was to create cost or revenue neutrality, and that was going to be the $774.97 per unit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there was also another item here is where I'm getting my confused. An enhanced infrastructure financing district, or an EIFD. Is there also one of those?
We haven't used that nomenclature.
Okay. Well, I actually picked it up. I actually picked it up out of the section saying that there would be one. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm confused.
I am too.
Dan, this is John.
Hey, John.
Can
Thank
you
you.
guys hear me?
Yeah, perfect, John.
Okay. Sorry about that. I was, when you called out for my name earlier, I was trying to figure out how to connect, but I've done so. Yeah. Commissioners, no, there's currently no plan for an EIFD, an Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District. That is a financing tool, but there's no plan for that to be implemented.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So, in terms of the CFD, could we have a brief conversation or enlighten me as to exactly how that CFD works in terms of how that's who administers it and who provides oversight and accountability?
Yes, certainly. So there's two components to the CFD. There's a maintenance component and then also the facilities component. The maintenance component is what I think was previously referenced as approximately $775 annually.
Right.
And that is administered by the city to help supplement public services and project maintenance. So annually, the city would put that, enroll that tax on the tax bill and collect that in two payments, the April payment and the December payment.
All right.
That tax would also escalate with, an annual index to keep current with inflation.
Okay. All right. Is that you said that was the maintenance portion? Was there another portion to it as well?
Yeah, so the facilities portion, that goes to pay for public infrastructure costs.
Right.
Those are costs for all the traffic, the off-site traffic improvements, the backbone improvements, the park, which has been discussed. So that's a financing tool that allows parity for all the different properties to pay their fair share of the improvements.
And those are paid as part of the permit fees?
Yeah, good question. So those costs will be paid by the constructing developer. So so the constructing developer will construct the facilities, and then once the CFD issues bonds, that developer will be reimbursed for the costs of those facilities.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. So moving on page 530, could somebody just help explain this concept of a cottage court? I'm just wondering about the density, the size of the potential units, and get an idea of what the density is of a cottage court.
This is Dan again. That's a typical product of a more dense, DUs per unit, per acre, if you want to look at it that way. So the size of those units are usually in the area of anywhere from 1,500 feet to 2,300 feet. You can get quite a bit of area out of those. But depending on the market factors, what's the demand, as well as how to deal with the income level of your inhabitants, that'll drive and direct it. And if you're paying attention to housing trends, it's kind of like a little bit of a sine wave. You go up and you go down. Anybody developing this is going to be doing the market analysis to determine what the market is desirous of. So but that's a general range, 15 to 20 through 2,300 feet.
Yeah, I think they have a project in Tascadero that's doing something like that in the 300 range, which makes it way more affordable for some people. So
Yes, and that's part of our goal too.
So, okay, so on page 533, I'm just kind of maybe in follow-up with one of my commissioners' questions. Are these pictures of these commercial buildings illustrative of what we're thinking that we're going to have in the commercial area, or are they just pictures?
They're just pictures, and what Warren had said earlier is that the text will govern. I don't like the pictures personally.
Yeah, I don't like the pictures. No, I don't like the pictures at all. And that's especially not in an area that's a gateway. It was literally on the gateway to the city. That's not what I would like to see.
No, and of course, these are all somewhat dated in a sense because we're here today and those are already in. But you see around town, I think there's some really great architecture going on in this market, if you will. And so I hold out more hope for the language than I do anything that we're showing graphically.
All right.
Again, it's representative. It's not the design.
Okay. Thank you. So I just want to just briefly echo the comments of a couple of my commissioners of removing the little alternative community park on page 545, as well as the thought from a couple of them that sooner rather than later. I actually am very involved in youth sports and youth sports facilities, and we have an absolute shortage right now. And the idea that we would have even half of the development go in, and I don't know where the kids would play. I mean, if they were doing organized sports. So I that's one of the huge bonuses of the project when I saw this, the idea that they either can play softball or baseball and then 2 soccer fields. That's huge, something for a lot of people in town to get excited about. So,
well, can I respond to you?
Sure, absolutely.
At the risk of getting myself in trouble with my clients, we're always looking for solutions, and of course we want your concurrence and we want your support for the project. The reason why it's taking, kind of why we're at the 500th unit is because we're funding this through our own enhanced park dedication fee,
right,
or park improvement fee. The value of this particular site, Area G, is that it is the most ideal out of the whole project for a park. The city, we weren't required to do that much park, but the city said, let's see if we can't make this work. And, going to your question or your point about removing that other example, I think Commissioner Kogler said that. We need to grade the park at the same time we're improving the first phase, which is at the intersection of Beechwood and Meadowlark. And we actually, in the first phase, we go below the park site in Area H. What might be able to be done, and I'm just throwing this out for Matt and everybody else to consider, is that we could end up, perhaps, being able to fund fields and save the furniture for later, i.e., like a 2-phase type of development, where you could get those fields in, you could start playing soccer, and there's not a lot of amenities. There might be a bathroom, but we don't necessarily, maybe we come in later with the ball fields and we do soccer first or vice versa. But that's a function of cash flow and when that's going to be available. The money is going to be there. I don't know if the city, has the opportunity to advance fund it or not, but I think between now and the council hearing, we're going to be, I think Matt would agree, we're going to be really working on this one, as he's alluded to. We still have some room to go to get to where we're all happy.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
We hear you.
That would be awesome. I would personally be in support of something like that. Just having a place to play. We have other projects in town where we're working with the city, just looking to develop practice grass because there's not enough places even for the kids to practice. So, I'm just going to make a couple of quick comments on just because of moving along because we're running really late, is I think Sherry made a comment about on the multi-use pathway. I am a runner, hang out with a lot of runners, and anything softer than concrete is better. Asphalt's okay, but after a while it tears up your legs and knees and ankles. So I'm not sure that the city has interest in it, but I can say, again, speaking for myself, dirt pathways are something we all enjoy. So I mean, it's a lot less money to build, I think, and I'll just throw that out there. So
well, and let me respond. There's a couple of solutions. Number one, we already have we have a 1 foot, what's called a DG choker. That's would be on the outside of the asphalt. We can discuss whether or not we want to have a 6 foot, again, where we're talking 10, where we have a 6 foot asphalt and we have 4 foot DG, decomposed granite. That's again something that would allow mothers with their strollers and people who are a little bit sensitive, need a firm surface as opposed to runners. So there might be a way to split that baby a little bit and come up with something that works holistically.
Yeah. All right. That can, I appreciate your comment. That concludes my questions and comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I have some questions as well on the specific plan. On page 511, the specific plan discusses that there are some existing elements of the zoning that will transfer over to this development, even though the specific plan would be the governing zoning instrument. And it talks specifically about neo-traditional design features that could result in pretty significant development fee reduction. So what are the neo-traditional design features in this development that would, assuming that the developers would want to seek this fee reduction for, I think the word is extraordinary use of neo-traditional design features. What do you have in mind for that?
When I read that myself, again, Lisa, I think, might talk about that, but I was wondering myself, just how would I go beyond doing a good neo-traditional design and get a 2% reduction? We haven't discussed that in any specificity with the city yet.
Well, why don't you just tell us what your neo-traditional design elements are?
Lisa, would you like to give some guidance here on neo-traditional vernacular?
Sure. I'm still here and still paying attention. So, we've gone through that ordinance, and I think there's some things that the project complies with, and maybe more so than others. I think there's maybe 10 or 12 criteria in that in the city's neo-traditional design ordinance. And some of it is fairly clear that we would comply with, like multifamily, detached bikeways, traditional house designs, parks and squares, things like that. Because we have certain typology and other environmental constraints, things like street grids, we do have connectivity, but maybe not exactly like the neo-traditional ordinance anticipates that. So I think and city staff can chime in here too, but I think if an applicant or property owner in the future wanted to apply for that, that reduction in fees, that would just have to go through the small lot subdivision map at that time and see if there was a sufficient compliance or not. I'm not exactly sure how that gets implemented on the city side, but that's how we would see this potential plan lining up with the requirements of that ordinance.
So, okay, I was looking for you to just tell me why you consider this a neo-traditional development, but okay. How will because the development plans will be coming in the smaller tract areas, how will continuity and transition be assured if there is no master development plan?
Do you want me to take a stab at that, Warren? I think one of the unique features of the project is that the ownership areas, acreage, they really create essentially envelopes of development. If we go to the land use map, if possible, Warren, to help us a little bit, shows the general land uses. I think you'll kind of see what I'm talking about. That's project phasing. Got land use a little bit better. We're looking. Here's what I'm thinking. If you look at the development areas, A, B, C, D, E, F, E and F need to be designed together. Area F is alone on its own over on the right-hand side. Area A and B and C, along with area H, they're really being designed. A, B, C, and H are phase one. Area H, which is the corner of Creston Road and Beechwood, that could have its own character and design because it's set apart. Area F, it's set apart. D and E, it's set apart. C1, which is up against Meadowlark, is, it's like I've discussed, it's probably going to be like a condominium project. It'll have its own character. At the bottom of C, it has very large lots. So it's going to have, we're going to have a transition there between a standard residential lot and then a, what you might call an estate lot at 13,000 square feet. Part of Area B, which is right across the street on the east side of the community park, that's where we're doing our neo-traditional small lot alley-loaded product at this point. So we're going to have the ability to actually have different character statements within specific geographic areas. That will then make those stand apart and appeal to different types of buyers. Like say, Area F, they could do a real modern design. They're aside from everybody else, and that would have its own character. Area H, same sort of thing. Yeah, here we go. That shows you a little bit better there, Warren. So you can see how those development areas would probably give rise to unique design, such as Area I-1 in particular that Mr. Erskine owns. He's got an idea. He wants to create something that's special and different than a standard small lot subdivision. So I think we're going to, just geographically, we're going to have the ability to create uniqueness, which then fall back on the design guidelines for the style that the particular developer wanted to employ. Does that help at all?
How do they transition through the common areas? If I'm driving down Ridge Road, how is this not just plop, 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 and there's with these looking like they're still part of a whole? They can with individual character, but yet within the overall here's the overall place that would be Beechwood.
So well, think about this. Think about Meadowlark. You have fencing, landscaping on the north side. You have fencing, landscaping, and bike path, multi-use path on the right side. So we're not looking at residential units. We're looking at a landscape, a streetscape. Ridge Road is the same thing. It's a streetscape. There will be basically the integrity wall, the project wall will run all the way along Ridge Road. It opens up where again, somebody brought up the idea of the stormwater control. They also open up into landscape areas where drainage will be contained, percolated, and or transmitted. So the streetscape is going to look really pretty cool when you're thinking about even Airport Road. We don't have any driveways on Airport Road. We'll have continuity, so continuity of streetscape, wall, landscaping, multi-use path, bike paths, travel lanes. And again, Airport Road will have a median as well, landscape areas. So the site is unique in the fact that, you know, like between area B and C, where you see the greenscape, that's the wetland area. So it's going to have its, you know, it'll provide relief or transition to some of those other areas. I've got it in my mind.
So will the common areas have a single development plan so that they are one continuous statement?
Yes. And that has to do with the fact that it's going to have to be maintained by the CFD or the HOA. And it'll be, and again, all of the drainage features, which we do have an exhibit someplace in all of this morass of detail. There's a lot of basins around this property, and those are going to be features for creating interest, landscaping interest, as well as function. Again, those will be drought tolerant areas, or we'll have planting, so you'll see those. And I guess maybe we're coming up to something. Okay, there's a good example. Can you expand that a little bit, Warren, just to make it bigger?
Okay, but my question is, will there be one single development plan for all the common areas? And then individual development plans for the different ownership areas?
Well, I'm going to say that would be desirable.
So we don't know.
But I can't tell you that somebody might have a better mousetrap or a different way to deal with some of those things. But the common areas, again, there's really not much to be done in those areas. If you look at our typical example of the passive parks, we have an example where we have a seating, concrete pathway or a DG pathway, the trees. So that's what the specific plan is intended to do, is give you that kind of consistency. It needs to look like this, as opposed to the pictures of the buildings that we've been showing you. The example in the specific plan itself, we do have that exhibit someplace as well.
Where's that?
Yeah, I'm looking for it. We have it.
Areas?
Yeah, there's common areas or open space. Page 546 and 547. Thank you, Warren. Well, that's the park.
Oh, for the amenities, yeah.
There we go. So that's what we.
Those are the amenities.
Yeah.
But what about the common areas, as in the trails and the Ridge Road and Airport Drive?
Oh yeah, that's going to have a common. Pardon me, I was thinking more about these areas. No, that's going to be a common palette of plantings that will be maintained throughout the perimeter of the project, as well as on Ridge Road.
And so will that? Okay, so will that and the wall? You've got over a mile of walls, so the walls will also be a consistent.
Yes, yes, that's also specified. That is also specified in the specific plan.
Well,
yeah, we have a wall master plan.
Yeah, the location, right? But I'm talking about
there's a detail
treatment.
Yeah, there's a detail. It's a stucco wall with several facets and planes with pilasters every 60 feet and a cap on top of that, and a cap along the top of the wall. So there you go. That detail on the right, and as well as that little plan view. That wall is going to be employed throughout. So that'll give continuity along with the consistent landscaping plan. So I think what you're going to find is that phase one that the Harrods are proposing right now, that's going to set the tone, and that's going to be followed throughout. Because we want that too. It creates that harmony and consistency of
Yeah,
visual.
I would think so. Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, that's really important. As well as the feature, on the left-hand side, where it says Beechwood, if you can barely read that, inside the stone pilaster there, that stone face. Want to use a consistent theme. You can change your name for your project, but the character of the wall needs to be consistent. And that's what the specific plan is intended to do.
Okay. I guess I would like to reiterate my concern with the other commissioners about the style guide and the photographs, and these need work. And to say that the words supersede the pictures, so the pictures don't matter, that pictures always matter. So, because that's what people, lock in their mind. And when the development plans come back to DRC and to the Planning Commission for review and approval, we need to have something that we compare it to. Otherwise, we're just starting from scratch and saying, I like it, I don't like it. And you don't want that. That's not good for anyone. So we need some more meat here, and we need some continuity. So that's a comment, not a question. But for example, on page 528, there's a picture, like the example photograph of an ADU addition is a box over a garage with a couple of windows and a flat roof. And for that to be aspirational, I don't think so. And I don't think that would be what you would want in your development to keep the property values up. So just a comment.
Okay, appreciate that.
Let's see. We've had so many questions and it's so late. Let me see if there's something I just can't live without asking you. I think that's it for now. Thank you. So you've answered a lot of questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, folks, it's 11:22. I think we're done. So we've had commissioner questions through resolution D. We have E, F, and G to go with questions. Then after that, we still have discussion. So what would staff recommend we do at this point on?
I would recommend that we get everybody's comments, hopefully, on the other resolutions, which is the oak tree removal, the large lot map, and the development agreement, and then get some clear direction in terms of what the commission really sees as the next step. So if we could get through the last three resolutions, just to make sure we understand if there are any issues on those, and then we can maybe talk about what the next step looks like on this.
Okay.
Can I just, honestly, we're going to be pushing way past midnight if we do that. I just don't think we're going to be, at some point you start making bad decisions. And I think after 11 o'clock, we're kind of there. We'll have to also, I'm just going to say, I've talked with the chairwoman. I just let her know we had a memorial that we were hosting Saturday, so I didn't even start reading this until Sunday. So I'm about halfway through the development agreement, and that's about as far as I can comment. So thank you.
I believe when we went through and asked for the primary areas of questions, from my notes, I believe 2 of the commissioners indicated development agreement was an area they wanted to focus on as well. Any other comments from commissioners?
Madam Chairwoman, this is Commissioner Christensen.
Yes.
And yeah, I did have a couple. I wanted to ask a couple questions in regards to the development agreement as well, too. Not lengthy questions, but I did have some detailed stuff.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kogler.
Yes.
Truthfully, I have very little comment or questions on the oak tree piece and the track map, and a relatively minimal number of questions, I think, on the development agreement. So I don't think I personally am very far from saying I've been through this from a comment standpoint. I think that next step and some of the other things that have been brought up relative to design guidelines needs a lot of discussion, but I don't personally have a lot on what's left to go with these 3 items that are remaining.
For questions, you mean?
Yes.
Okay, let's do these really quick. I'm going to go through these fast. So we're going to talk about oak trees, resolution E for oak tree removal, recommendation to City Council of adoption of oak tree removal permit to remove 18 oak trees, modified to 18 from 21. Okay, this is questions only. Commissioner Kogler?
No questions.
Commissioner Davis?
No questions.
Commissioner Neal?
No questions.
Commissioner Castillo?
0 questions.
Commissioner Christensen?
No questions.
Commissioner Gibson?
No questions.
Okay, and I don't either, so one more down. Okay, tentative tract maps. To approve the vesting of the tentative tract map 3160. Commissioner Kogler?
No questions.
Commissioner Davis?
None.
Commissioner Neal?
No questions.
Commissioner Castillo?
0 questions.
Commissioner Christensen?
No questions.
Commissioner Gibson?
No questions.
Okay, and I do not either. All right, so here's the one I'm not quite sure how this is going to go. The development agreement, because there are some, I believe, some financial questions related here, but let's just, rather than ask the questions, just let me know if you, let's just go through and see if we even have some and quickly just summarize what they may be. Commissioner Kogler?
Madam Chair, the only substantive question I have is on page 683, excuse me, of the packet, which also carries a page number 22. And I, again, hinted at this before. It's the housing affordability. This doesn't seem to match what I've heard earlier, because this gives the developer 2 options and they can pick one of them, either to do 53 low-income units or do a mix of different income threshold products that equal 100 units. So it seems to me there's a choice here. It's 53 or it's 100. It's not 153. And I'd like some clarification on that.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I can answer that one very briefly, if I may. This is Matt Summers, your Special Land Use Counsel. On the development agreement, you are correct, Commissioner Kugler. Section 3121 on page 683 of the agenda packet does allow for 2 different options for affordable housing. And the 2 options are essentially a trade-off for length of time of the affordability versus number of units. Option 1 is 53 units at low income. That is 80% of area median income for 55 years. Option 2 is 100 units with only 30-year protections. And those 100 units break down into 33 low income, 33 moderate income. That's 120% area median income, and 34 market rate. And to put those numbers in more clear terms, as shown earlier in the chart that Warren pulled up, for 2020, the rent for a 1-bedroom to qualify as low income cannot exceed $1,167 a month. And for a moderate income, again for 2020, it cannot exceed $1,275 for a moderate income 1-bedroom. And those numbers go up every year. So the developer has choices. It's either 53 or 100. And it's if less units, they're protected for 25 additional years. If more units, then it's a shorter protection period. And this is the proposed options that have been developed in negotiations between staff and the developer. And last, I'll note on the financing side, the affordable units, whichever option is selected for the duration of the protection period, are exempt from the CFD taxes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Just quickly, though, also earlier on in some of the information, Warren, I believe you presented, you talked about 96 workforce units, and then you mentioned the 53 ADUs, which have become a topic of conversation. Where are either of those referenced? I may have missed those.
On the next page, page 684, sections 3, 1, 2, 2.
I did miss them. Okay, thank you.
Is that all your questions?
Yes, Madam Chair. Sorry, that's all.
Okay. Commissioner Davis?
I don't have any, thank you.
All right. Commissioner Neal, did you have questions for this resolution?
I just the one. I was wondering where the 500 unit or 523 unit requirement was for the parks and the development agreement.
Commissioner Neal, I can also answer that one, Matt Summers. It is not in the DA that is before you. And the reason it is not in the DA that is before you is because in discussions last week on Wednesday, it became apparent that there's a bit of a disconnect on the financing component and the timing component for the community park between the city and the development team. And rather than put something that was half-baked, we pulled those sections out. You'll see that reflected on page 691 of the agenda packet, section 311.2. There's a few sections that are marked reserved. That's where the unit trigger was located. We've pulled it out to allow this discussion to focus on the planning issues, and then we'll focus. We, as noted, we are in this. We, the city negotiating team, are in discussions with the developer on timing. I will say this: the message is loud and it is clear. We need to look at moving the timing for the park up, and I anticipate we will do that when we hit the ground running tomorrow with continuing the negotiations for the community park, which put on the scale and balance timing and cost and how it's financed and how we achieve the amenities that are depicted in the specific plan that the community is going to need to see. So short answer, it is not in the DA you have because we are still negotiating exactly how to get there.
Very good. I'm glad I didn't miss it. And that's it for me, Madam Chair.
I have a follow-up question on that. So clearly we're not going to be having discussion and approval on all of this tonight. So will we have that information before we make a recommendation to City Council, or will we be making the recommendation on this being reserved?
It's a bit of a chicken and egg question there. I think if the commission were to set this item for your next regular meeting, we would hope to have those questions solved. But I'm not. I'll defer to the commission and to Warren on the exact order of operations there. But ideally, we would have this solved. On the legal side, the commission could recommend to council approval of the community park as an element of the specific plan with a recommendation to council. The council sort out the timing and financing components. But ideally, we would like to have it solved before this commission is asked to recommend approval of the DA itself.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Neal, did you have other questions?
I did not, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Castillo?
I have no questions at this time.
All right, Commissioner Christensen?
Yes, thank you. I just have one question, maybe more for the City Council. I'm sorry, the legal counsel. In reference to the local preferences, where they talk about the applicant giving preference to local buyers, I understand the desire for that, and that sounds like it's very prudent and not a bad idea. My only concern is, have we weighed that against anything from the potential of violating California fair housing laws or the Unruh Civil Rights Act? In that regard, I would hate to see we get into a issue there where that can't be fulfilled. And, on the developer side, I would hope that they would have looked at that as well too. So I know there's some description about what the plan is. It's not really clear to me in reading it on how you plan to actually deal with that process and who's actually going to be in charge of that or who's making those decisions. And so I think that that could be better clarified, or maybe somebody can clarify it to me now.
So I'll give you a brief clarification now, and then we can certainly look at the text. And this is the same program as was in place for the Olson South Chandler development. In fact, there's one of the most favored nations clause requires that the two of them be the same. The short answer is it's a 30-day preference clause. So when a development particular phase or sub area is opened, the developer is required to open an interest list and give 30-day preference for locals, that's defined as northern San Luis Obispo County folk, to buy it. And then of course buyers still has to qualify, you still have to be credit worthy and have the cash, etc. But it's a preference clause with that 30-day first right there. And the structure is intended to be enforceable, but also protected against fair housing or underacts, because we're not saying to the developer that they can never sell to others. We're saying that we're expecting local marketing and this initial 30-day offer period for any local person who expresses an interest in a unit. That unit can't be sold to someone else absent giving that person 30 days to qualify and to sell. So our assessment is that it is defensible because it's structured as a interest list, then 30-day window to close the sale preference program, as opposed to a you can't sell to anyone from the outside. If in a particular development there were only 10 units were open for that phase and only 3 locals submitted interest lists, then the other 7 could be sold to anyone, and that would protect us against that kind of a challenge. And as to your last question, Commissioner Castillo, how will it be enforced? The developers are required at the stage that they're starting to sell those units to submit a plan for how they're going to comply with the local preference program, and then the city would test that as part of our review and approval of the developer's compliance with the specific plan and with the other terms and conditions of the development agreement. And we would expect a standard plan to be developed and then implemented going forward.
So So thank you for that. Who would be defending that if that were challenged? Is it the developer or is it the city? Does the city have any legal obligation there or any risk?
I'm not going to say we have no risk, because there's never no risk. But my sense is that if a challenge were filed, the city would look to the developer under the indemnity clauses in the specific plan resolutions and in the development agreement. We would look to the developer to indemnify us for such a challenge for a program that was developed for their projects as part of their community benefit and as part of meeting our housing element obligations for local housing. That was part of what justified the additional unit counts that had been assigned to both this project and to the Olson project. So short answer, nothing's no risk, but I would expect the developer would defend us.
Okay, and then, and I know you kind of answered it, but maybe I didn't quite understand. You're saying that the city would review and confirm those local buyers?
I should clarify that the city won't be reviewing and confirming buyer by buyer. We will be looking to approve each developer's plan for compliance with this program. The trigger is for each phase as it comes up. When they come in to get the first building permit, they'll have to submit a plan for how they're going to comply with the local preference program, and then we'll test it at that building permit stage and review and approve their plan. But the city won't be testing buyer by buyer by buyer.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that explanation. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Madam Chairwoman, I'm done with questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gibson, I know you had some concerns. Keep in mind, we'll be back at another date for discussion. Did you have any question that you wanted to ask tonight on this?
No, Madam Chairwoman, my questions were answered on this section. Thanks.
Very good. Okay, and I will reserve my questions. So We need to get back together, Mr. Frace. How do we do that?
So I'm going through my notes here. It looks like there's a number of kind of questions, requests for, it looks like change, some refinements, mainly to the specific plan. It seems like our best option at this point would be to continue this hearing, date certain, to your next regular Planning Commission meeting. That is Tuesday, August 11th. And then that would give staff and the applicant time to address a number of issues that were raised on the specific plan, as well as some minor issues on, I think, mitigation timing and some of the development agreement deal points. So I could go through and kind of review, kind of list what I've heard as kind of the key items that probably need some additional review before the next hearing.
Okay.
You want me to do that?
Yes.
Okay. So regarding the EIR, I think the one loose end that I saw was that trigger for the four-way stop at Charlet and Creston Road being at the last unit. So we'll review that a little bit further. In terms of the specific plan, there was questions about the ADU definition, about the requirements for visitor parking in the multifamily, request to drop that alternative park design, that the city sign was too small, questions about the reverse diagonal on Beechwood Drive, the need to consider speeding up the timing of the community park, general issues with the architectural style guide on page 606, 607. Text and pictures don't match, just in general. Pictures of the different product types, a number of those should be updated, it sounds like. Question about the appearance of the water booster station, the city facility on Airport Road. Just in general, pictures need to be updated. Questions about the neo-traditional section with the fee reduction, how that would be actually applied. Comments on the wall design, and the need for just the general style guidelines and photos to be updated, have more meat and better pictures. And then on the development agreement, it does seem like the big issue is the timing of the parking, and just to clarify exactly how the affordability works for the apartment complex. So those were the notes that I was able to gather.
I would just add one. Actually, I neglected to discuss it, but I'm going to ask you to add it, and that was in the specific plan about landscape, that have a more useful diagram, and probably more than one diagram.
And that's to kind of coordinate the character of the landscape throughout the project?
Yes, and the typical, so-called typical front yard shown is not really a useful diagram. So if those could be made more usable.
Okay.
And keeping in mind, just for everyone, that yes to all the things that you read off, Warren, but we still have discussion to go. So there could be other things that come up.
Yeah, I think what we're just hoping to do is capture anything that might need some additional staff or applicant review that we could possibly make some adjustments before your next hearing.
Right. No, I understand, and I appreciate that very much. I just want to be clear that that's not the conclusive list of issues that might arise.
Understood.
All right. So
Do you need a motion, Madam Chairwoman?
To continue the meeting, yes. Is that the proper terminology?
Yeah, I move to
the next regular meeting.
to extend the
Continue.
continue this hearing until our next regular meeting. I think it was August 11th.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I believe that was Christensen. So motion by Gibson and second, was that Christensen?
No, it was Castillo.
Oh, Castillo. All right, thank you. Okay, Gibson, motion by Gibson, second by Castillo. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, I will call for the vote.
Commissioner Gibson.
Aye.
Commissioner Castillo.
Aye.
Commissioner Kogler.
Aye.
Commissioner Neal.
Aye.
Commissioner Neal.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Christensen.
Aye.
Chairperson Jorgensen.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, so we are continued. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and tenacity. The applicants, the commission, the staff, everyone, thank you very much. And we will see you on August 11th.